what is up with me? So, yeah, I am not a coder, not a developer. I am a marketing strategist, everyone's favorite. And I freelance and I manage my own clients. And I think I just decided with everything going on in the world, I will be making I just didn't want to. I just started vibe coding around and making some stuff, and then I decided that I could make my own CRM to manage my clients, and that's just what I've been doing, and making it cute and kind of just like brain farting everything that like I think should exist on it. Which I think it should be cute and I think it should be fun, and I don't think that there should be rules to a software, especially in this day and age. I don't think there's a lot of rules for a lot of people, so you can do whatever the fuck you want. And so for me, I have been just making this cute little dashboard here. And one of the things that I have been working on right now is adding like a Notion style, kind of like a combination of what I like between Notion, Google Sheets, and maybe like Microsoft Word, like all into one space. That would be like the way that I would want it. And then instead of like ugly emojis, I have been putting in these cute little icons here, and kind of just snagging cute ones that I like from Canva and then putting them in here. So right now the functionality that exists is we've got a dashboard where we can add some like pictures, affirmations, things like that. I think that this definitely needs to be reworked, but just like a general like dashboard of overview of everything that I've got going on. This is right now integrated with my calendar. So I can go and connect my calendar. I can log in. It will show me my upcoming events. Just for the purpose of this, I've just connected it so that my business isn't just all over, but I could show. And then I do have my emails connected to it. I'm also working on setting it up so I can email from within this system. Right now, when I connect my email and I click on an email, it will just open up that email inside my email. But my goal is to create a space where kind of, like any CRM, where I can go in, open up an email, have some templates, fire off invoices, all that good stuff. So underneath my work, I've got my timer. I can change these icons to anything again, like in here. So if I want it to be the cat, for my little time tracker, these letters, I grabbed them from Canva. I can put what I'm working on. I can select a current client. This is me, and we can say that I'm working on, I don't know, this. I could say if it's billable or non-billable, and I can start my timer. I've got some different vibes going on for each of, I guess like I'm working on building out different vibes for vibe coding. So if I wanted to switch it to blue, it would have some different bubble letters. If I want to switch it to, a different pink, I'd like to maybe see like green added, maybe some black added, like a cool, like, I don't know. I imagine it's just going to be very kind of Y2K coded. Oh, sorry, Hardhead Hacker, I didn't see your comments. You're also a vibe coder. You've been going live for the past few weeks, doing it, programming. Oh, awesome. I'd love to check yours out. I will definitely check yours out after. And yeah, I feel like it's just kind of a fun thing to go live doing, because it's a lot of just like probing, asking questions, and I think that it's enjoyable to kind of see people's thought process and how they come to things. And I'd also like to know, like, what are other people prompting it, because I'm not a developer, so I kind of just riff. And I am, right now, I don't have any intentions to bring this to market. I do just am building it for myself. I think I do see that there would be a pretty clear target market for it. Women who maybe, who like cute things. Oh, there goes of course, I forgot to turn my other camera off of being asleep, so I'll start that up in a second. And Quad H, awesome, Quad H, love to meet you. Thanks so much for engaging in the comments. Anybody commenting, it always is enjoyable for me. Okay, so it's showing the time tracker twice. Oh, and once really big. So let me switch this. I think that it's a different screen now of just me and this one thing big. So I can pause this, or I could, because sometimes I'm like doing stuff and like I don't want to stop my timer. So I didn't like a lot of the things that Toggl offered. Like there's some things in Toggl that I just found were annoying for me. And then so I wanted to have some some of what I liked from that as well, because I use it to track my clients. And then again, I just am combining like all my favorite things into one spot. So I could stop this, and I hope it doesn't like runs too slow for the purpose of what we're doing here. There we go. So my time entry would be saved down here. I can plan my day. So like if I want to time block my day out, yeah, yeah, it's definitely one of those things. But you know what? I feel like you just keep going, and then you kind of look back and you're like, hell yeah. And then, because I see some live streams, like it's like so many people are tuning in to just watch people live stream. It's insane. So I was like, you know what? Whatever. Working on that, you are vibe coding. Are you working on anything specific? Do you have plans to bring anything to market? Yeah, I'll just, keep chatting on about this, but, if you want to answer in the chat, I'm open to learning more about it, what other people are doing or what's their use case. But I've got a task manager here. This is connected to all my clients. Again, I've only got me. This looks like a little bug here. So maybe we can just fix that right now, and we can kind of just start to get it on and pop in. Let me grab where is it? There it is. My little guy here, and we can kind of, I have an idea. I got an idea. I'll do another screen share so you can just see everything that's in my terminal. One product to market currently, a voice dictation app. Awesome. Live streams are more fun, pre-recorded videos for the viewer, in my opinion. Hi, Jada. Welcome. Good to see ya. Awesome. A voice dictation app. And then, so what happens when my voice is dictated? Is it categorizing it based off of work, school, life, that kind of stuff? Or where does my dictation go, or what am I doing with it? Let's see. I'm going to share my screen to also show. Is it a screen or a window? I want to share a window. Appreciate it. Honestly, I always love the love people like just popping in and chit-chatting. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that is the thing, is I would like to transition to doing it via dictation. I think that dictating what I want would definitely go over better. I am typing it right now, which I have been toying with the idea of stopping and figuring out how to start doing that. Because I have a friend who does that. He only talks to his computer. He just is like, doesn't do anything except for talk to his computer. Hi, and I'm always extra nice to mine just in case they all decide that they're going to band together, and you just want to make sure that you're one of the good ones. So when I click all clients, drop down, there is a glitch and the name falls behind the task card. I don't know what they're calling it. I don't know. We'll just take a screenshot and drag it in there. And then let's see if I can recreate that bug up here. Will it happen again? Oh, it went for a second. It went for a okay, there we go. Know if that worked. Nope, it didn't, but we'll see. I'm sure it'll figure it out, because it's definitely way smarter than I give it granted for. So I don't know, can I just rate you and get that away? Promo account in your streams, waiting for Apple to notarize my app before I can leave. Okay, awesome. Yeah, hey, drop me a link. Yeah, my goal with this channel here is to keep going live, keep vibe coding, keep making projects, but also I want to do like group vibes, like group vibe codes, where say like a couple people get together and maybe we just start with like a fresh whatever, like a fresh idea, and then kind of like riff and build something. So I think next week I'm gonna be doing a project with my downstairs neighbor, and he's got an idea that he wants to build, and so we'll just kind of like start from nothing and just go, and then just kind of show that thought process. And honestly, I think that, again, like this is, I've kind of maybe like mentally checked out a little bit. This is maybe like a freeze fawn moment, is like bring in more cute pink things and just keep creating and focus on what you can control, and that's it, and that's the name of the game. So that's everything that's really transpiring with this I guess channel, is to just be a space where we can kind of just create, disconnect, and hang out. Oop, don't call me. Sorry, I'm busy. So I'm definitely, yeah, let's collab. I love that. Let's do a collab. You have a product you're working on called Vibe Battles. Awesome. Love that. That would be fun. I'd love to participate in Vibe Battles. Because yeah, I'm not a developer, like I said, and I personally just, a lot of like me getting around the developer kind of stuff is just being like, hey, okay, like I had one where, let's see if I can just find all the different like jobs I told it to be, but I basically was just like, pretend you worked at like a really high level place that had a lot of different people that did QA, and tell me all of these different roles, and then I gave it back all of the roles and then told it to run like multiple audits, and I'm like, okay, QA it, QA it, QA it. And it just kept like finding rounds of things to fix and finding rounds of things to fix. And then, I tell it to be like, act like you're a professional developer. And if I was a junior developer and I was coming to give you my project for the very first time, what would you do? Or like, what would you fix? Or like, what would you advise me of? Just like, I just kind of do it like that. I think if I was going to bring a product to market like this, I definitely, would want to meet with somebody who had a little bit more experience with doing that and really actually checking it. But for me, and I don't know, again, I've never built an app, I've never been on a web development, or I've never been on an app development team, but I work in marketing, so I've done paid ads, social media, I have built websites, I know how to build landing pages, I understand user experience, I understand what I feel like looks nice, like I understand the whole idea around removing friction and, one touch to things. Maybe not everybody, so that's also something I'm working on, is stopping saying, all the time, because not everybody is, but yeah, so let's see. So yeah, I'm working on that. And then I guess my favorite part of this that I'm currently working on, and I'm like hoping that, let's see. So, and I guess also I started by connecting this thing to Google Sheets was the first thing I did, where I was just like, I just want a free database. But then I was like, you know what, let me change it to Supabase. So then now everything is in Supabase, and it's not like hosted on a sheet with AppScript. It's like actually in Supabase. And then, yeah, I've been working on this little notebook function where I can add different notebook. And then I'm learning about adding editors. I can start from a blank page. Oh, this is my old page. I don't like this design because I've been working on this, being my mindset is this is a bit too, unless I give it the page title, Tiana, business name, I guess, whatever, my content, banana, and then I can start up something with a quick slash, so I can add anything, and then I could also add tables. And again, I haven't like tested the full functionality. I'm working on this stuff right now, which is why we're live. But my goal is to just keep adding more to it. And then again, I liked things that I really, really liked about Notion, or my favorite things about Notion that I personally enjoy, is the ability to drag and drop things to a new spot on the page. And so I like that. and so I wanted to be able to do that. I also wanted to have a full editor here, and then I wanted access to my cute little icons that I made. And I've even got like other little emojis, crying emojis and stuff. And then I wanted to be able to add pictures, and then I can have different notebooks and build out from there. And then I can assign certain things to clients. And again, my whole goal is to keep it cute. And then also have some gamification here. And so, yeah, I'm learning as I'm going. I come up with random new things to ask it, or ways to change, or ways to do whatever, and how I can expand. I do have some more icons I want to add to this. And then, yeah, work on this Notion style situation here that I'm not fully sure. But yeah, I'm liking where it's going so far. I'm pretty satisfied with what we've done. You should give me feedback on your landing page sometime. Yeah, happy to give you feedback. I feel like the biggest thing is multiple calls to action, clear your calls to action. Sometimes, yeah, I have learned, while I guess maybe sometimes I think like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes it's just not set up that way. So happy to, yeah. And I'm all for people self-promoting in my lives and in my chats. So if you want to drop a safe link, I don't know if it lets you put links in here actually, because then you could just probably just bring people to like something scammy. I don't really know how YouTube works, but happy to support. Always happy to support other people. So, and that's the goal of this as well. So yeah, I'm going to pop through this and establish some things that I know that I definitely want to make changes, and then we'll just go from there. So Claude, how is Claude doing? How do I just get rid of this? You're doing good. You're doing good. 3. Thanks for helping make you better. Okay. So now that that's done annoying me, something that I noticed that just doesn't make sense, and it's kind of one of those things that AI does, is there's a lot of redundancies, especially in like UX stuff. Like if you tell it like, okay, make a dashboard, it's like you'll find that it'll be like, I had like tasks due up here, and then like tasks due down here, and then like multiple things. So in the calendar, one of the things that I just noticed doesn't really make sense to me is for the weeks, the months, and the range. Down here again, you have this week and this month, and then it's kind of like, okay, is like all of this necessary? You know, like, couldn't we just have weeks, months, range, and then everything over a little bit? And then when I choose range, like it just drops down to a calendar, and then I just select the range, and then last 30 days in there somewhere, and then that would just remove an entire bar of nonsense, in my opinion, because I don't know. I think that somehow this could be consolidated. So what I am thinking is that I will first just tell it that I think that there's a bit of redundancy here, and then we'll kind of tell it maybe to go into plan mode, and then I'll let it know what I'm thinking. And then again, for anybody who's like not a vibe coder, you're just watching, you're just interested in learning, you can do this thing where you just tell it to go into what again is called plan mode, and it's gonna think through the options, and it's going to ask you maybe some clarifying questions before it starts just building, and makes it so that, yeah, there's just a bit more of a reference for it to go off of, and it doesn't just like go rogue and just do whatever. So I drag dropped my little picture in there of the screenshot, and I am just going to say that I really like the functionality of the headings in the dashboard for the week, month, range, but I feel there is some redundancy with the second column card that has the navigation arrows, and I'll include a second screenshot. When when I toggle to range, there is also a this week, this month view. Can we enter plan mode to consolidate and redesign the UX, UI of this section? Use best practices. And also here is one that I do like, and let's see if I can find, maybe I'm gonna open up, actually I'm just gonna open up what my toggle looks like, and I'll show you guys the screenshot, but I don't want everybody to see in semi. I still am using my toggle, so but I do kind of share it, some of its inspiration, for like, this is kind of like what I'm wanting, this is what I'm needing. But let me go to a week that's empty so that you guys can see kind of how toggles looks. It's got what I'm working on, and it's way less, you know, it's just clean. I could just kind of like go through what I'm working on. I don't know that I need all of this. I don't really need a timesheet or a list view. I don't use a lot of this stuff, but mostly just, you know, for the calendar view. All right, there's not really much to see in here anyways. So I don't want the what are you working on, because I don't want it to get the idea that I want the what are you working on. Just kind of like this little thing, this little bar, to give it an idea of like, we could consolidate that and make that like way less ridiculous. So let's see, where did that screenshot go? Where is that screenshot? Do I have to retake it? I might just retake it, just because I literally don't know where it went. So don't stress myself out and search for it for 10 trillion years. Just take it and drag, and let's go, girlfriend. Do like inspo from toggl, and then we'll see what my girlfriend says. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that in rambling too, it would get a lot more of the context of me communicating my rambles. Yeah, the voice dictating thing is, I agree. I think would up the ante, as they say. And so, yeah, well, oops, did I tell it to, oh, yeah, I did tell it to enter plan. I was like, did I forget that? Did I not forget that? I don't remember. Let me guess. Pink is not my favorite color. You would believe that pink is my favorite color. And me and my friends talk about this all the time. It's kind of funny, is that my favorite color is actually orange. And I guess, when do you decide when something is your favorite color versus not? But I personally just like the color orange the most. I think, like, maybe for sentimental reasons as well. It was my grandpa's favorite color, and I have a lot of orange. Outside of, like, when I look at physical items of things that I buy, like this little podcast mic, and like my coffee thing is pink, my water, my like Keurig is pink, everything is pink. But when you actually start to walk around my place, everything else is orange. My bedroom is like that terracotta orange color, and green. Those are my two favorite colors. Green, pink, and orange, I would say, are ranking in the top. Blue never cracked the code for me. I do like blue, but it's okay. No, but that does tend to be a lot of other people's favorite colors, and so I think, and maybe the in the desire to be so original, orange, a lot of people don't like that color, so I was like, whatever, I like orange. So yeah. So we're entering into, I don't know what the hell it's doing, but it's fixing this, so we'll just kind of let this do that while we maybe like look at some other things that I know for sure I want to resolve, and then we can kind of come back. Little things, I maybe won't do it right now, but like this card, it would bother me that this one is either not the same height or not centered. I don't know why it decided to do that when it made it. I don't know if it has something to do with whatever. And then other little things, I don't know if I want to. I'm like, does it become to be too much? Okay, this happens here too. Is adding a client from everywhere. I was having it where it was like, okay, do I want to be able to just add a client from here, from any page? I'm not sure. I'll have to think that through. For my clients, some things that I know are bothering me is that every time I open this up, everything is dropped down. I don't want everything to be dropped down. I think I'd rather, I don't know what I want, but I don't think I want everything opened every time I like come back to it. You see how it's already jumped back open. That bothers me. And then companies, contacts, add contact. Yeah. That, I don't know. I feel like this is kind of like overkill, but maybe it's not. I don't know. And then the pipeline, I personally am just not fond of these colors. And then I don't understand why this stops just shy of this. Like, why is this the full page? So for me, it would make more sense for these to be spaced out. Or also, I would like the ability to be able to actually just choose like what, like if I can create my own pipeline, and it doesn't have to be what they decided. Obviously, like this is what makes sense for me right now, but what if I was like, oh, like I want to switch this to this because I noticed. I just want the ability to either be able to like change the name of these. I don't know. It didn't come with that opportunity, so I'll change that. And then, but right now I can move it over like a classic Kanban board. Kanban, I don't know. One time my friend was like, you say it like this. And I was like, okay, well, and I already forgot how she said that I was supposed to say it. So and then for my proposals, I can create a proposal from within here from a contact, which is great, depending on, and then I can build out certain plans that I want to send them. So if I want to like send a marketing services proposal, that's actually, I think that's done in the settings. I don't know if I love that there right now, but so I can have some proposal templates, and I can have some service packages that I include, and then I can automatically go and go for my proposals, or like add them to the proposal when I send it over. And then these are like different things that I might do, so I could add that and then update what does that involve for them if that's a part of the package. And then there are some basic automations in here. I'm working on building out some more automations. Again, this is very ambitious, but I'm an ambitious woman, and nothing will stand in the way of me making this have the functionality that I want. Because if somebody else did it, that means I know it's possible, which means I know I could probably do it too. And it might take a little bit of time, or it might take a little bit of probing, but I'm going to freaking figure it out. So what I'd like to have is a little bit more like how monday.com, if anybody's ever had the opportunity to use Monday, you basically like you say like, if this happens, then this happens, and you can build out an if then workflow from scratch. So I would like to be able to do that inside my own system, just for me, because like I know it's like you can build out automations. I could use Zapier, I could do, or like if I had Monday, sure, I could use Monday, but like I just would rather be able to just, again, this is like me being ambitious and making whatever I want for me. So we'll try to do that. So right now it's just set up as like a quick automation that I can toggle on or off that's like already there. So when I need to follow up after like a meeting, it's just like a reminder 3 days later, whatever. Generate my invoices for my retainer clients a day in advance, that kind of stuff. I did set this up to Stripe. That was another thing, is I'm tired of invoicing my freaking clients. I invoice them manually right now, and I could just have it to where I just like need to confirm that some of my clients though, I work hourly, some I'm retainer. So it's just like a whole Megillah. So my goal is to also switch everybody over to retainer and then have no more hourlies because I'm tired of trading my time, especially with if, anybody who's maybe like tuned in, watched the 4 of you that are like still on, or anybody actually who came and left, whatever, is likely using AI to do a lot of their work and their things. So I can do a lot of things really fast. Whereas sometimes one of my clients may have said, hey, could you do this? Can you update that? It's done in like 10 minutes. And it's like, okay, well, I definitely don't want to be like, I just charged you 45 cents for me to do that. It's like, I'd rather just be on retainer. So that's my goal. But again, that's just me yip yapping. But my goal is to, just to help people. I have a lot of goals. So my invoices, I can create invoices from here. I don't know if I already got to there, but again, proposals and invoices, I can all do from within here. And then I want it to automatically move down the pipeline. When I do that, I can make some reporting, some custom reporting. My goal is to help myself prepare for taxes at the end of the year without stressing myself out. So I'm like, whatever I can do to like alleviate stress. So that's getting help with my taxes. So this will automatically file into this section, which will break down what I owe for each quarter of taxes so I can prepare. And then it'll track all of my clients' income, expenses. I am going to add somewhere where I can track my expenses. And then I'm thinking I'd like to be able to connect it to, I don't know what I'm going to connect it to yet, but either I'll be able to like scan receipts or like connect it to my PayPal. I don't know what the rules are around connecting it. I did some research about like connecting it to like Wells Fargo or something like that, but that I think requires like a super high level of security. So I don't know, but I want to be able to optimize this system. And then my notebook section. So let's see and also too, I don't know when it does stuff. I actually don't know what it's doing. So I'm like, yep, go ahead. And then if it breaks something that I wanted before, I'd just be like, oh, I noticed this functionality is gone. Like, what's up with that? And it'll be like, oh, sorry. Didn't mean to. Meant something else. And then, so how does this work? So these are notebook. I would want that to be the cute notebook, not their ugly version. I also really like the idea of being able to take a screenshot and that screenshot going in here like in OneNote. So let's see. Let's head back on over to the calendar and see what it's able to do on this end. It says, I'll start with the calendar page, the big one, both files. What are you implementing? I was like, yeah, do it. Let's see what it actually said it was going to do. So I gave it its pictures. It said, let me explore. Okay, let me see what's up. I have a complete picture. Let me design the consolidated plan inspired by Toggl's single bar approach. This is a completely different task. Let me write a fresh plan. Okay, so currently has 3 layers of control stacked vertically. Page, header, row, crystal icon, calendar, week, total, subtitle. Then it's got a navigation card and it's got a range mode. 3rd column creates redundancy. Yes, it does. So it's going to design a single navigation. Why are we reading this in ant form? So the new layout, page header, calendar with an activity report. Wait, generate invoice. I don't know what it's getting up to now, but anyways, whatever. Oh wait, what? I did have generate invoice from there. Okay, I'm high. So it's gonna do all this, and then it said let me do it, and now it's doing it. So get on and popping, girl, and get to it. How long do I normally? It depends. So I went live with my friend Allison last week and we streamed for 3 hours, but we did a project from start to finish, the full project together. Something like this, I don't really know. I really didn't have any idea, rhyme, reason, plan, and I usually don't when I go into it, just because I want people to also, I guess, like understand that like it's kind of a messy process. Like the process to getting to where you want to go is like you start messy and you continuously just iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate and iterate. So this project, I think my thought process, again, I'm like, just playing my thought process at everybody, is that I thought, well, what if I just keep building this time tracker on live and then everybody gets to watch me see me get to this finish line, and maybe there are other freelancers, women, people who would be like, okay, cool, we just watched you build that. I would like to also download it and use it, knowing that it's cute, pink, fun, girly, and maybe just, give people the opportunity to use it. And through that, I've built like community, product market fit, whatever. So that was what I was thinking about this project. So there's no end time, I guess, to me streaming, is me just working on my project until I feel like stopping being in front of people doing it, or maybe I've just been alone for an hour and then it's like, okay, well, I've been alone for an hour, but thanks. So it's really just, I guess, taking it as it comes, doing it as I do, building new audiences as I build. But I've noticed as well, maybe just similar to your background of experience, is that I have started to attract people who code, obviously, or people who vibe code, rather than my other audience, I guess, per se, from back when I did this, was a lot more women that did other things. So I'm hoping that I find like a good middle ground of people who just want to learn stuff, build stuff, challenge each other to do cool things, and see what's capable. Because sometimes I'm like, whoa, like I didn't know that it was possible that I could do all this, but now that I've learned that it's possible, I feel really empowered to just keep building new things. And yeah, I'm hopeful that other people feel the same, and they're like, oh, I didn't know that, but I've had this idea that like I've wanted to do for so long, and I never thought that I could do it. Now you can believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. You can be a vibe coder. So let's see. So it looks like we've got it updated. Yay! Much better, I think, in my opinion. However, I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to have this extra column. It would just make more sense for activity report and generate invoice to be in line with the calendar. And then we'd also just like lose this space. So to explain that to it a little bit, make sure I like explain it to it clear, because I have noticed it's not amazing at spacing stuff out. Usually I have noticed that there's always like a weird little spacing issue that I have to be super clear, like move this, drop this, make these the same size, make it a 2-column thing. So we'll just give it some visual so that it understands. So this red can go, and then we'll just go like that. I don't know if that's gonna be clear enough for our friend to figure out, but we'll send a prayer and we'll explain it the best that we can. Oh wait, we gotta done that, and then I don't know, we got a million screenshots. Always remind myself at the end to delete those. Let's make sure that's the right one. Yes, she is. Okay. I'd like to move the generate in, alright, activity report and generate invoice pill buttons up on the same row as the heading title calendar, and shift everything up so there is less dead space on the page. Is that, I hate asking, is that clear? Is that clear? Ask clarifying questions if necessary. It's always necessary because it's never right. Okay, so hopefully it gets from my photo. So all that to say, maybe about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I want to eventually add in, I got it. I do have this like stupid little podcast mixer. Me and my friend started a podcast once, and so now I have a podcast mixer, and so I think it'd be fun to be like add in some sounds, like success sounds, some fun moments, maybe like, I don't know, just riffing, but whatever I can do to just add in some more, I guess, entertainment value. Sometimes it can be boring. Oh, look, it's done. It did it. This is great. This is much, much, much better, in my opinion. Again, it's always just an opinion. But now we don't have that double weird card. Let's see how the month and the range works. Okay, so when I click range, okay, so, but when I click range, it's not necessary to have this month and this week, right? But it may be better to have quarter and like month, quarter, like, because we already have week and, so if we put the range, or am I high? Is this supposed to signify something else? Because it's just showing this. It's just going to show the total number of entries. Now I'm like confused about it. It's like, I guess, anticipated, but I would generate an activity report from that range. You know what? I got to use it in practice. I need to put people in here to fully get it, but at least right now it's not too much crap everywhere. Today. This doesn't make sense either. There's something about this that's still off. The AI for me hasn't fully figured out yet. I'll think about it and I'll get back to that part. So same thing for my tasks. There was that bug. Actually, I'm just going to tell it. I'm going to tell it to do that original audit of all the people that I told it, so that we can kind of, or I guess like the quality analysis roles that can you act as these QA, I'll say essential, I don't know what's the difference, QA roles, and go through a complete and comprehensive audit of the CRM. I am noticing some glitches, card C-level functionality errors, check connectivity, dead code, unused or unnecessary code, and gave it those. Once complete, I'm going to tell it to give me 5 suggestions to improve the overall functionality of the app, and 2 new feature suggestions that I have yet to think of that would make my app better for a freelancer. And we'll see what she does and how she does that. in the meantime, you don't have to get everything perfect. Yeah, exactly. You've been going pretty hard with the lives. Oh, okay. You go 5+ hours. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. Honestly, too, I don't know if your channel is monetized at all, but I can remonetize my channel once I get to 3,000 watch hours. No worries. Awesome. See ya. Thanks so much for stopping by and engaging. I'll if I, when I get off mine, I'll pop into yours. If you're still on, I'll engage in your chat. I appreciate you. And yeah, hit me up for some vibe challenges. Um, but yeah, so I have been working on some other things for some clients as well. I feel like if you are a freelancer and you are wanting to vibe code stuff, you don't even have to vibe code it for your own personal use case. The way that I have been able to help clients has been really helpful as well. A direct example is I have a client who is 70 years old. Well, actually, we have offboarded last week, but this is a real experience with my client, 70 years old. She's a life coach. She has always written her own blogs on her website. She hired me to help her with her SEO. Well, I don't think she fully understood what that came with, and that means changing your blog titles, that means re-optimizing your content, that means putting in long tail keywords to make things be flagged for certain things. So I think there was some contention in her writing her blogs and optimizing for certain keywords because she just wanted to write freely, and that was her goal. She wanted to write from the heart. And so something that I was able to vibe code for her is a just an HTML front end facing system that she could. I took I exported. I went through keyword list through SEMrush that made sense for her. I exported those keywords into an Excel spreadsheet, and of course they're not going to get updated regularly, and it's not going to be the most current data, but for her, she just needs to be able to pick a keyword and write on it. And that was a hard, again, whatever. And so this whole thing helps her choose a keyword. She could choose based off keyword difficulty. What's the search volume? It'll help her automatically choose her slug. It would help her pick a title. It'll help her follow best practices for a title. It can only be X number of characters long, whatever it was. There's all these things to it. And I could actually probably just pull it up. But it's like you can find ways to do things for people or help your clients in a way that is just unique and niche. Let's see, Eleanor blog. But yeah, I can share that later. That's just one small thing. Another one, I actually did build a certificate issuing system for one of my other clients. She has to like send out certificates once people get to a certain thing. This thing just like takes it, tracks people's hours based on the spreadsheet, notifies when they're getting close. You can go in, you can press the button, and then it'll auto generate the certificate and the email. And it's based off of a template that I made in Canva, and then it automatically just like pops their name on it. So I'm like, you're able to do a lot of things to help your clients and other people outside of just yourself. So that's I know I want to add in some more icons. So again, I've addressed that I've got some cute icons in here. I want to update them. They're not organized very well either. Like cute animals, the pencil, it made it into cute animals rather than to work in office. There's food and drinks, but I have some more folders. Oh wait, let's let it do its QA because I forgot. Sometimes I forget. I was like, what was I telling it to do? Oh yeah, it's running a QA right now in the background, and gonna give me some ideas. So let's see. We can just test some things in the meantime. So we will Party live with Tiana on strategy and planning, and it's due tomorrow. Cool. Now add an email reminder. excuse me, 2 days before, even though that's tomorrow. So we should have that. It should automatically know. Like if tomorrow is the 12th and I have an email reminder, well, automatically setting an email reminder for 3 days before doesn't make any sense. So it should flag it like there's whatever. And also it might be helpful to take those notes in my notebook, but sometimes I worry that I will lose it and then I'd lose all my notes. But it looks like through every iterative process, I have kept my notes. So, but I did tell it was important for me. Okay, so I think that's something I've noticed. Okay, so this notebook, how do I get rid of the notebook? I should be able to delete the notebook because now I've made notebooks and I can't see the notebooks from here. I just see notebook page, notebooks, a page. And then I can add a page. So this functionality is weird, right? That doesn't make any sense. Because where did that go? That added to the main notebook, but then that's all notebooks. Do I assign it to a notebook? Yeah, that's weird, right? Yeah, thanks. I agree. It was challenging too because at first we tried multiple different ways to get to our answer. It was like at first I went in and I marked it up on a Google Drive or a Google Sheet or doc, and I was just like, okay, like based on the research, I think that you should change your title to this, and based off of the research, we should change it and we can optimize for this. And then I was at first she was like no, she said no to every single suggestion. So I was like, okay, so then how are we going to do this? So then I was like, well, you're saying no to every single suggestion. Maybe you need to see it visually to understand, like, why am I making those suggestions? Because it's not like I just decided that I think out of nowhere that your blog post should be titled how to mitigate stress at work. I'm just, riffing, but I don't think that's actually what it was. But like, why would I just like I didn't just decide that. Like there's some data behind it. So like she would be like, no, she would just be like, I just want it to be like how to mitigate my stress. And I would be like, okay, that's fine, how to mitigate your stress, but your audience are working professionals. You're actively trying to speak to a corporate business person. So by eliminating the words at work, you've now just cast a massively wide net for anybody talking about stress. And so it was just like this roundabout of being like, okay, well, what about adding this? Okay, how do we make it so this? And so it was just like, no, 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 no. Okay, you know what? What if I give you the power to do it for yourself so that I'm not telling you what it has to be. You don't have to listen to me. Again, it is going to impact your strategy at the end of the day, but if you want to be in the driver's seat, I made this for you so that you can now feel empowered to choose your own titles, assign your slug correctly, add in alt text correctly. How do you do these things? So at least she's left with the understanding that she can do it on her own. So that was a challenge, and it's definitely been helpful. You have a CRM module in your app. I can take inspiration for code. Awesome. What is your app, the Rubber Duck Dev? What do you get on doing? What is the CRM module? Maybe not again, because maybe you're just tuning in and just commenting. I'm not a coder, and I'm just going off of as a marketing gal who has used many CRMs, who has built websites. I'm not a developer, but I've used plenty of drag and drop builders, and I do a lot of A/B testing, and I still pretty technical where I've set up Tag Manager and Google Analytics and all of that stuff. So I have a good understanding of some basics. And then when I was younger, I did have a MySpace, so I didn't realize that was going to be an invaluable thing to be knowing that I knew how to do. So Pit Stops Dealership Management System. Pit Stop DMS. I will take a look. Let's see what's going on. Pit stop. DMS. That is hilarious. This is funny. Now, only I feel like that this is funny to me. Um, is this what was this what I was looking at? I don't know if this is if that's what you were telling me to take a look at. It's still in dev mode and you're working on it. Okay, awesome. Yeah, cool. This is I do think that the Rick Astley thing's hilarious. Um, and your website looks great. Yeah, my thought process in like I guess like building this CRM, which I'm not like building it for the market or anything like that, was that, and again, I understand we have such completely different use cases, but I think that your website just a good example of just so many like software SaaS. They all there's like a level of like corporatism to it. And I was like, there's nothing that exists, at least that I am aware of, and maybe I'm wrong, that is just like whimsy. Like, bring back the whimsy, bring back the, like, work doesn't always have to be. So I know your website is not the main attraction. I'm a marketer, so you have to understand it from just the way that I look at things and take things into perspective. So I didn't mean to insult you by checking out the website. I think it's a nice website, but again, I don't understand. I don't know what is the I mean, like, I guess I'm understanding the concept of it being for automotive management, but also I don't know anything about fully what goes into managing automotives and things of that nature. So I think that it's definitely going to speak to somebody that immediately knows maybe about managing automotives and things like that. But just again from a marketing standpoint and not having seen the inside of your CRM or anything like that. Um, yeah. Oh, can I see inside it like this? Pit stop backend? You should have told me. Oh, is it something I can see on in GitHub? So also me new GitHub. Me barely understand what GitHub be. No, I'm just kidding. I'm learning though a little bit more every day. Um, but I do have GitHub. But hey, uh, here's a shout to anybody who knows anything about the automotive industry. Pit Stop DMS, give it a look. It's launching in March. And if you have an app or a software that you've created and you happen to be in the chat, um, drop it in here. Awesome. Yeah, make it public. I'll pull it up and we can take a little peek see potato behind the hood. um, yeah, perfect. So let's see. So we've got some issues we found. So we found 3 critical issues, 5 high priority issues, 19 medium issues, and 5 low priority issues. So 5 suggestions for improving the overall functionality. Its suggestions are to centralize the z-index system, which I agree because all of the layering is a little bit fudgy. To split the app context into focus contexts. I don't know what that means, but I agree. Add a global loading submit guard. You got it, girlfriend. Let's do it. Add an offline mode toast banner. So when Supabase is unreachable, non-dismissible toast. Oh, okay. Working offline. Because we do have that down here. That would be an X, but they just are suggesting that we just have a working offline bar. And then remove dead code. Agreed. I agree. And then new feature ideas. So smart time suggestions and autofill. So when I start a new time entry, analyze my historical patterns. I don't like that idea, at least for right now, because I don't think that there is at the beginning enough historical data, and maybe, but I'm not really a person that works like that. Like, I don't work like I work when I want, where I want, when I want. No, Client portal, shared viewed. I do agree with that. A client portal, so shareable links to view their own project status, hours logged this month. I absolutely agree with that. So, maybe I'll tell it I don't like option number one. I do like option number two. Do you have an idea for another second feature idea? And then all 5 QA agents are complete. Okay, so let's start with resolving the 32 QA issues. Then let's move on to the new feature builds. I would like to do the second feature you suggested, client view portal, but I don't think option one is needed at this time. Do you have another feature idea? Could be anything. Be ambitious. See what happens when I tell it to be ambitious. Okay, awesome. I'll go check it out. So what am I building? So I'm a marketing operations manager. I work freelance, and I have a few clients, and I was getting really annoyed with toggl. I paid $20 a month to have toggl, and it's just like all I use it for is just tracking my hours and my retainers and my invoices for my clients. And I thought to myself, I could probably just do this and make my own timer and send my own invoices. This is really annoying. I don't want to pay for toggl. So it started there, and I was just building it, and I just had it deployed on Netlify, and it was just using the free whatever. And then I just kept adding, and I was like, well, what if this? What if that? So that's what I am doing, but also I kind of thought that I would want to marry some of my favorite things into this as well. Some of the things that I really like about Claude and Claude Code is I like that it's connected to my Notion, and having that Notion MCP where I can just tell Claude like, hey, could you open up, or could you make a new Notion folder pages that discusses this, and then map out this, and then tag this. So I would like to, long-term vision, again, ambition, is to be able to do that same thing, but just in my own system and not have to use Notion either, because I use Notion, but I think my favorite reason that I use Notion, and I just like the drag and drop and like the way that you're able to organize everything, which obviously I think is a lot of people's reason why they like it. But then also I was thinking I also really like OneNote, and there's a lot of things about OneNote that I really, really like as well. So I kind of married, in my head was what I was thinking I was doing, was marrying my favorite parts of OneNote, my favorite parts of Notion, my client time tracking, toggl, kind of all of those things into one spot where I can manage my clients, invoice them directly. It's connected with Stripe, so they can also pay their invoices now, because with however they want to pay. Before they would just have to Zelle, Venmo me, PayPal, whatever. And so now I'll just send them the bill, it'll automate it, and then they can just pay however they want to pay. So that, and then again, also too, being freelance, taxes, managing that stuff is very hard. So I also have added, and I'm looking over here. I don't know why the hell it's because I'm looking at the me in the corner over there, but I understand everybody's actually here, so maybe that's annoying as hell too. But I also want to be able to track my invoices and payments to help me with my taxes. And then also, building this kind of as an escape from reality. I think right now there's a lot of really weirdo behavior going on in the world, and it's really hard to, I think, mentally reconcile with the fact that people are eating children and selling them off to scary places. So I am leaning into the cute and pink to make myself feel better, and we're just creating, and we are having fun, and We're just not taking things too seriously because there is enough stuff to be taking seriously if we really wanted to. Let's see if is your thing on and pop in here. Awesome. Looks like it's going to load. Okay. So now here's what I would do is if I was me is because I don't know anything about GitHub. So I would say, how do I look at somebody else's thing on GitHub? So this is real live in the action. Someone shared a GitHub project with me from their account. How do I find their link to view it live? You might have told me, but I don't, we gotta troubleshoot for ourselves. So most common places, check the about section on the top right of the web repo page. Everything will make sense soon. What's the tech stack? Who are the users? So tech stack, I actually wrote that out this morning, so I do have an answer to that. I could tell you. You can't view it live because it's server side code. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, so you have the CRM stuff is what you're saying though. On your end, so yeah, I'm new to anything coding. I actually just for the first time like was figuring out what like a pull and a push request was. I was like, "Oh my God," cuz I worked on this side of the things. I have worked with developers and I've been like, "Oh, okay, this is what I'm thinking and this is what I'm seeing." And then have communicated with them, but sometimes I was like, "Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay." So this is something that maybe I could ask you. So is that something that people typically do is you have your front end code and your back end code are separate entities? And how do they know how to speak to each other? I just say, "Yep, start it up, do it up, do the QA." Make sure it's working. Are you paying for? I am paying for Cloud Code. Um, I started with custom coding my website and some of the things there and using it to add like schema markups and custom like conditional logic forms. And then from there I was like, oh, I could make like all these cool calculators and I can make all these spreadsheets. And then once I got from there, I was like, oh, I could make like an HTML front end like from my Google sheet that looks like prettier. And then it was like, well, why don't you move it off of Google Sheets into Supabase, into a database? And I was like, okay. And so it was like this progression of me just knowing that I was like, let's just make like I want to make a newsletter form. Can we do that? And it was like, yeah. And so I would just code all these little things that I was embedding into my website all around. And over time I learned to discover that you could really just take your creativity and make anything. Nice. Yeah, because I really, when I started with my Claude Code too, I gave it in my preferences. I was like, you need to use all best practices. I gave it some like research papers on user experience. I gave it some research papers on gamification and also just like on best practices so that it had an idea before me ever having an idea. Dependent. Okay. So maybe then the next thing after I do my audit and my little features is I will ask it, my Claude, are my front end and my back end dependent on each other? And do you recommend and or should I split them into two different repos? And if Claude says yes, we'll do it. If Claude says, I actually, you know what's so funny is like I take Claude as Bible. I'm like, well, Claude said, my Claude said, she said, yes, she did. And I usually believe her, but sometimes I have definitely noticed that she will take me, and maybe it's a he to you or whatever, or it's obviously not anything, but I will tell it to do a project, and I will remember from another project that we did that it had me do it differently, or that there was an easier way, and I'll be like, yeah, but last time you told me that I could just like say it to you, and then you opened up the GitHub repo, and then you deployed it, and then it automatically went to Netlify. Now you're telling me I have to go and manually deploy it from Netlify? And it's like, oh yeah, well, you can do that, but we just have to install this. And I'm like, well, then install it, girl. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, why would you add extra work for me? So I do know that I don't always know the best way to get something done, but trial and error, always learning. Everybody started somewhere. Got it. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Again, I don't know. But this is always, for the next vibe coder that comes along, they're going to be like, oh, okay, sick. I didn't know that, but now I do. So thanks for that feedback. I appreciate it. So I'm going to pin this. I really, and Rubber Duck Dev, who is your ideal client? I'm assuming you are going to B2B private automotive dealers, like I'm a guy and I franchise Kia and I own something down the road, so I don't know, a neighborhood car dealer, or is this going to mechanics, and the mechanics are managing the operations of the actual cars that are coming in, and you're managing workflow of getting the work done? That sounds maybe more right than what I was guessing. Oh, actually, also, let's watch your demo, because we're in QA mode right now, so might as well. Oh, can I? Can I watch the demo? No, probably not, because it's not live yet. So we'll pin it. We'll get back. When you go live, you let me know, and then we'll tell everybody about it. Because I don't know how many people that would use this product would watch my live, but you know what? I am all for shouting people's things. I really have. To anybody who's tuning in, any developer, anybody, you're building something, you're vibe coding something, you're creating something, it's live, it's not live, you want to share it, you want to shout it. The name of the game is to keep building together and to keep making stuff together and to support each other in each of our own endeavors. And so people got a lot of really good ideas, and I love seeing what's out there. So yeah, added to the checkouts. Let's see. Build passes. Thanks, girl. So let's see. Some other things that I did. Oh, I did also start way overboard. When I first started and I learned that I could do this, I made like an app that was everything under the sun. Personal, life, work, an outfit chooser, of this, of that, of a meal planner, a vacation travel planner. It was everything you could possibly imagine in one app. And it was like, of course, there was a million errors and problems with it, of course. But I'm ambitious. So maybe one day we'll open this up and it won't just be work. It'll be an entire life planner. And also I noticed I don't like this green. This green is different than the other greens. Like, I think that there is a discrepancy in this style. So the way that this is like quarter breakdown, this is another thing that AI does. A lot of times, like, you'll find just like really tiny, minor style differences in cards and things like that. So like quarterly breakdown, these cards are different than the way that it's written gross income, but from my, I think from like my dashboard page even, they're all like the light gray. And I think the only one that's, I would rather them all just, be uniform and look like this, so that they should look like this, and then this one should look like this, so they're all the same. But yeah, it does that consistently, but I don't know what it has decided as what is a what. Like maybe it has, I don't know. And this is another thing, is I know that there is probably also a way to start a project that's way better than the way I start a project. Um, like having maybe like giving it a basic style guide or doing certain things. I don't do any of that. I just am like, yeah, like I like that. I don't like that. I do like that. Um, but again, it's just a personal use thing. So if I was actually going to take it to market, if I was going to have other people using it, I would take, I think, a lot of it maybe more seriously. But again, she's for shits and gigs. Um, yeah, it's kind of not as exciting when something is taking a long time to go. Um, Tiana soft versus Microsoft. Ciao. Thumbnail is super nice. I have to go. Nice talking with you. Yeah, thanks, Robert Ducky. I appreciate you. Really, I do. And me versus Mark Zuckerberg, Pine C Systems. Thanks, W Vibe Coder. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tiana Soft. That's funny. Yeah, what did I call this the other day? I called it Tiana something. Um, but that's the goal, is to just get better, vibe code more stuff. And I am leaning into the creativity of things. I think like I just want it to be cute. So, and I just want to have fun and I don't want to stress myself out. Um, yeah, I wish I could just keep giving it more commands though. So we're kind of in limbo. So if anybody else has anything that they want to share and that they're working on, Python C systems, what have been your use cases for vibe coding? What have you been working on? Is there anything we should pull up and look at? Um, we're just chilling and hanging out and not doing, well, I guess doing stuff and not doing stuff. Let's see. And then I guess me yapping. It's a yapathon. Good. I added that last time. Let's get out of pink vibes. Or I like this vibe. I am gonna add more textured vibes. I want to add a cheetah vibe to this is a goal, so that the background of it is like cheetah print. Oop, I look like I'm frozen. Oh, there she goes. Yeah, a cheetah print in the background, and then maybe, and these to be the fuzzy cheetah letters. So that was something that I started, I think, the last live that I actually did not finish, but so, and then also learned that we couldn't do that. Let's see. Looks like we're almost done with their the bug fixes. Oh, it's building the client portal. Oh, did it hear me? Because I swear to God, wasn't that what I said that I wanted to build? Was I wanted to be ambitious? Okay, no, because why did I feel like it heard me? I said I want it to be ambitious. I want a workflow automation system like Monday. I said that. I said that. And then did it hear me? Because it says this, it's building the two build features, the client portal with the shareable links, great, and the workflow automations engine after I said be ambitious, which thanks for hearing me. Thanks for hearing me out. I wanted that. That's exactly what I wanted. Because I think, and for anybody who's ever used Monday, I've used a lot of CRMs. My opinion, only my opinion, I think that Monday is the best CRM available between like HubSpot, Monday, I don't know, Pipedrive, Go High Level. I've never used Go High Level, so that's me, I guess, just like randomly like throwing shade at it. But having used Monday and knowing the other ones, I personally think Monday is the best in its flexibility, functionality. I think it's cool how you can add different columns and functions, and it operates a lot like Excel. I've heard it's also a lot like Smartsheets. So I would like to be able to add that functionality into my system, where I could add a different board. Like maybe the board is like, I want to track this different thing on this board, so that I could, break out different projects or do whatever. And then I could also maybe like manage my newsletters in here. It would be nice to have like a newsletter HTML builder. I think would be cool. Honestly, like the ideas can go anywhere. And I've really had to tell myself, like, if some other guy could build it online and you have used it, like if you have logged in and you have used whatever that guy built, or I'm assuming it's a guy, but sorry, girls, ladies, anybody if you've logged in, you've used it, then it can be built. So just ask it and see like what's the bounds of what you can do and like the permissions of what you have. And then also every time that Claude says like, this is a significant build, let me see what we can do, it pops off. It comes through with like something amazing and you're like, what the hell, like iconic. So let's see what we got. So it like we are done with that build. So let's see, what do we get? So we've got an admin modal, so we can manage a client's portal link that will open from the contact row actions menu. I personally, again, don't know what any of this means here. Oopsies. I don't know. Oopsies. UI though, I do know what that means. So if no link exists, okay, and if a link exists, great. We'll just see how that works. It sounds nice in theory because they're saying it, but we'll see how that works in action. And then create a public portal page. Awesome. A storage, no app contacts, no auth, follows the signs proposed. Okay. Neato potato. And then data loading from... Okay, amazing, great. Layout, no sidebar, no nav. Branded header bar. Okay, cool, even cooler. Cool, I can't wait to see what that looks like. We'll find out in a second here. View tracking on load, and then replicate logic. Okay, modify, add portal link. Okay. So, okay, great. Let's just say yes. And also, I actually have been meaning to ask this, so let's ask Claude right now, but let's ask Claude, I don't know. They're like cousins. Like they're all Claudes, but one's, Claude Code, one's Claude Desktop, one's Claude Web App, one's Claude Phone App. So they all work together to become Claudette. And my question that I've been meaning to ask it is, what is the difference between clearing the context and auto accepting the edits versus just auto accepting the edits? Like, I want to know, what does it mean when it clears the context? I haven't figured that out yet, so sometimes I switch between the two, but should I be doing what? I don't know. Let's figure out together. So what does it mean when Claude Code suggests a plan and states options 1 to clear context and auto accept edit, okay, can't spell, edit, verse 2, which just, oh my God, just auto accept edits. Like, what is clearing of the context mean? What are the implications of doing versus not doing that? Okay, can't, whatever, I'll figure out that. I don't really get too boggled down by a little spelling error every here and there, but I do feel like if I did spell something wrong, it's actually probably just like me wasting like an extra token of it trying to decipher what the hell I meant. So it's pretty important. I guess there we go. So the conversation history, which is what I thought it was, generally, but I don't understand why would I want to clear the context. I would want it to hold the memory, right? So wipes the accumulated conversation, starts fresh while auto accepting any file edits without prompting you for confirmation. You get a clean slate where code isn't carrying forward potentially outdated or conflicting information. So option 2 keeps the full context history intact, skips the manual approval. So finite context window, as the session gets longer, a few things happen. Performance degrades. The model can start losing track of earlier instructions or contradict decisions it made 50 messages ago. Facts, seen it happen. So holding on too many details in working memory at once. Steal references. So if Claude read a file early in the session, then you made changes to it outside of it, the model still might be referencing the old version it remembers rather than the current state. And then the longer context equals more tokens processed per request, which equals more usage, and confusion can compound. If there were errors or wrong turns earlier in the session, that noise stays in the context and can influence future decisions. So clear when you're shifting to a new task, the session has been running long, or Claude code seems to be going in circles. Don't clear when you're mid-task and the prior context is actively useful, like if you've been building something iteratively and needed to remember the decisions. Well, I think the answer is just number 2 for us in this context, so we'll just say do it and remember what the heck we were doing, Claude. Chippy-doo. I like also I really just enjoy that you can see it change in real time. Like just straight up, just see what you wanted happen right in front of you. And so now I do wonder, but I guess we'll find out. What's its plan? It gave me a plan. It's building it. So we got to give it a chance. And it will build it. If you build it, they will come. That's what they said. Which is true. It is true. I'll be right back. I'm going to get an applesauce. Applesauce for the apple boss. Oh my gosh, I put bacon in my air fryer. Completely forgot. I was like, I knew I was hungry. Oh yeah, I put it in before I got in the shower. I wanted to go live at 1. I got in the shower at 12:45. 40, I don't know. My plan was just like take a quick shower and then get out. And then I got a phone call while I was in the shower, but I had to take the phone call. So then I was just sitting there naked on the phone, covered in soap. And then it was 1 o'clock and I was like, okay, well, I scheduled my live for 1 and I'm literally covered in soap still, standing here with the shower off because I had to take the call. So embarrassing. So I forgot about my bacon. It's a little cold. It's definitely overcooked, but it's fine. I didn't want to, this isn't a mukbang, so I didn't want to sit here and chew in everybody's ear. Also, one time when I was on live, and I'm just yapping. I don't know if anybody actually cares. But one time I was on live back in the day, and I was eating something, and somebody in my live comments was like, I think it's so rude when people go live or go start eating while going live. Sorry. Because bacon's kind of crunchy, and I hate listening to people eat. I would be like, I'm leaving this chat. I didn't sign up to hear you crickety crappity crunching. What a terrible part of this live. I'm gonna probably have to cut that. That's like, sorry. I do have my nice fidget collection. Next to the desk. I got the other ones are actually in my purse. Actually, you know what? I have to share the best fidget that I think that's ever graced my life in my entire life. I brought it with me yesterday. It's so good. Where is it? I think it's in here. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Okay, this thing, insane. It's like a little ball, but like you can do it in one hand, and it's like this. It's amazing. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like this, but is like this, and then you can kind of just like keep going like this. It's so good. So 10 out of 10, W Fidget. Where's my other one is, and he's all over TikTok if you ever need a little ouchie. These ones are good too. These are like for people who pain stim or like need a little pain stim. Little ouchie. So that's actually the lineup. That's all I got right now. I have actually like a picking pad too, but I think it's down here actually. Fidgetor. Picked at, but it's just like resin with some beads in it. Really important stuff for really important people. Still building. This is a long build, so we're just kind of chilling and waiting. That's why we're fidgeting, so we don't do anything destructive with our hands. I have a massive skin picking problem, and so I would just sit and pick at my skin. So having things to keep my hands busy. That's why I got this in the beginning, was like, okay, well, what could I do? But it didn't work very well. That's why it's like half picked and then I left it alone. But I guess while we're here. I say that as I've already picked through the other two. The last remaining of the 3 pick pads. Yeah, I'm excited to see this client thing though. I think the thing is that I just would never want to be like stressed out like bringing a product to market. Like I would just like make it there, and like sure, if somebody wanted to download it, but I wouldn't be one of those guys that like builds an app and then goes around and is like, I'm looking for $3 million in a pre-seed investment. Like, but then again, only men have the audacity. And so maybe we just need to have more of it. And also too, like, no offense, but like, and I don't know who I'm saying no offense to. I don't think the one person that's watching like is the one person that I would even be offending if I was to say what I was going to say, which I am still going to say it, is that no offense. However, I think that a lot of what people are bringing to market, now that I have learned what I have learned, some of what they have built is not that impressive. I think that it's just that they had the willingness to keep taking it all the way to like make it a thing, to get the right approvals, to go through the right paperwork, to fill out all the stuff, to get the right permissions, to do this, that, and the third. And like, that's what takes a lot of the work. But people bring dumb as hell ideas to the market, and like, it's like, what? And stuff that doesn't even work good. I don't know. And then stuff that does work good is like, some people don't even know about it because you're not good at marketing it. So YouTube is not responding. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Ooh, maybe we went offline and maybe we're back online. Unsure. Oops. Workflow automations engine. Yes, it's almost done. Also, I think that a lot of people, at least that I know, at least some of the people that I know that have brought things to market, they think they're the smartest people ever because they're coders or developers and they have technical knowledge, but they lack like common sense. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, for all this genius knocked up inside of here, or locked up, or whatever the hell, you haven't thought this one thing through? Like, come on. I don't know. It's like, for instance, I just think about one of the software companies I work for. They have 8 developers. 8 developers to build an app, which, again, I'm not knocking the fact that it takes a whole team to do it. 8 developers, 1 marketing person, 1 salesperson. Pissed that there's not enough users. Okay, well, you guys, don't you think that it would make more sense to put a little manpower behind marketing and sales? Like, come on. But like, they're so into the idea of just like developing. It's like, get out of here. You have to start telling people about your product. in order for them to be able to want to use it. And so it's like they spend just all this time just like doing this stuff, working on the app, working on the app, nothing promotional. So it's like little stuff like that. I don't know. It's not easy to run a business, launch an app, be smart enough to know all the things. It's kind of crazy, actually. Projects and such. Gotta rely on other people. I don't typically like to do that. Where are we at? Okay, so have you really been sitting here for 32 minutes while it builds this? Crazy. I'm gonna have to do some research into that front end back end thing that guy was talking about, because I'm just thinking to two repos. I don't know. I'm so excited to see what this is gonna look like. Oh, there we go. I was like, what's going on? All right, it's just, it has to think and finish its build. WTF, mate? Queen of losing things. What do you recommend, YouTube? What do you recommend? That you keep the stream. Okay, so I don't know what that means for me. But I guess that's another question for Claude. What's bitrate mean? Oops, oops, oops. Beads everywhere for picking this. And there. She's a beads everywhere girl. No, Ricky. Said that you wouldn't die for me. Okay. I need to find my shit. This will be back. I will be here. This will be loading. I'm around. We're in business, folks, and by folks, whoever's there. Oh, we're not in business. Hurry up, workflow automation engine. But that's actually impressive. I guess whatever I told it to do, it took like a nice long time, and I hope it did a good job. Hi, Ricky. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. He can have oranges. Actually, I have no idea, but I would never think to give you one, though. Let's Google, can dogs have oranges? It's gonna be like, no. Oh. Small peeled quantities. Let's see if Rick likes orange. Rick, do you like this? Yeah, he said, absolutely the fuck I do not. One time I gave Rick strawberries. Like I put a strawberry inside his meal when I had very first gotten him. And he picked out all the strawberries. He ate around absolutely everything, left the strawberries fully intact. He normally cleans his plate, left those. So Rick, we've established, doesn't like fruit, and he will not be indulging. So interesting to watch myself just sitting here eating. Like, what a nondescript thing. Well, I guess while we're here, I don't even know. I feel like I'm like, it's good when I do this because then I don't get on TikTok, and then I'm on TikTok, and then I start down like another rabbit hole, another rabbit hole, another rabbit hole, and then I'm like scarred for the afternoon, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize the world was that evil. It makes me look around at people like, are you guys all that like how many evil people do I really know? Like, granted, my circle is pretty tight, but oh yay, looks like we're almost done. 42-minute build, 30K plus tokens. Wow. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, let's see. Error details. Girl. Oh, did I copy? Oh, okay, there we go. Maybe it's not done, and that's why.
Hi, potato boy. You're so sweet. I love you. You're so handsome.
Okay, stop freezing on me. Let's go. Okay. Billowing, billow ahead. Gotta lose a nail. Sometimes I don't get it. It's like, why couldn't you just do it right the first? No offense, no offense to Claude, but like, why didn't it get it right the first time? It's like, oh yeah, like I knew that that was a thing that you couldn't do, and then it's like, let me do it, and it's like, okay, but if you knew that, then why didn't you do it? You're so freaking cute. Like yesterday, 2 days ago. Oh, stream out. Stream out. I keep losing stream. Not a very healthy stream. I don't know what. The other day, this girl, I was walking down the street in my neighborhood, and this girl was like, your dog is so cute. And I was like, thank you. And she was like, he's coming home with me. And I was like, ah, and I just kind of like let it go. And then she was like, do you want to come home with me? You want to come home with me? And I was like, okay, lady, like, enough. He's not coming home with you. He's my dog. And then she was like, oh, he is the cutest. Like, I want him so bad. And I'm just like, again, my dog, but thanks. I know he's really cute. Like, thank you. And then we start to walk away. And I think like she was like taking on the role of Rick. She was just like, help, I'm abused. I don't want to be with her. I want to go with her. And like referencing herself. And I was like, wait, excuse me? Like, girl, don't talk about my dog like that. So I put that on TikTok and everybody was like, you need to take a picture of her the next time you see her and make sure that that lady is not going near your dog. And I'm like, right? Okie dokie, artichoke. Let us see here. Clients, how would I see what we built? Reports. Clients. From a client. Okay, I thought that you fixed the Z index. Okay, so great, but I still see Z index issues with the cards and drop downs not being at the front. I am also unsure where you added the to-do features to be able to test them out. So here, all this time building, I don't see any difference. It's gonna compact in a second. Okay. Settings. Got it. Okay, cool. This, create a workflow. I wanted this. It heard me. It heard me. It heard me when I said I wanted this. So when this trigger happens, do this action. Good. So I want to have and then do rather than like just do all of these actions, because if it tries to do all those actions at the same time, it will not be, I don't think, as effective, right? It's like if it's trying to do like a million things. So I think it would be, again, opinion, to be like, when this happens, change this to this and do this. Or this to this and then, or when status changes. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what like my ideal use cases are for this, but for me, a lot of it is when status changes, at least in Monday, is like when status goes from this to this. I want that person to be like moved into a new group, moved into a new folder, categorized differently. Maybe they, maybe I got a signed invoice back from them, then maybe it would change once they sign the invoice. It would notify me that the invoice was signed. It would change their status from maybe like awaiting or like pending invoice to, invoice completed. And then maybe from there, it would move them from a prospect to the clients or something like that. So that is, yeah, when a contract signed, when a task is completed, invoice is created, timer stopped. Yeah, client added. So I'll have to kind of figure out like what makes sense as I actually start to add clients. One of the things that I know early on that I don't like about this is the drop down is like a classic like gross HTML. So I'd like to fix that. And then what else did it say that it was doing? So I have service packages, scope snippets, integrations, email templates, custom fields, workflow automations. Where do I have those client pages? So client portal, go to contacts, click the three dots, and then portal link. Okay. So contacts, where's the three dots? What I have, oh, got it. So again, you said the Z index was fixed, but biatch, no, you didn't fix it because sorry, I didn't mean to call you the B word, but you did not fix it. So respectfully. Well, I guess apparently I fired it off, whatever I meant to say. So I was about to kind of be like, well, respectfully, you said it was working, and respectfully, it's not. Respectfully. Yeah, because that's an annoying thing, and I don't want that to keep happening. Better Wi-Fi or something. Maybe I should just get an Ethernet cable and run the Ethernet from my thing to my thing, because I feel like that's the only answer these days. Directly from the source into my laptop. If this expletive doesn't get it right, I'm just kidding. But I have really been telling it, like, get this right, come on, you're not getting it right. also something that I think would be really fun to do, and again, like whether or not it's a good idea or not, but I don't know if anybody remembers kid pics. And I kind of was thinking, do you remember how you would like drop a bomb on your page and then it would like, and like all your page would like disappear? I was kind of thinking I wanted like a big erase like that, like you drop the bomb and then your page like bombs away. um Kid pics, kid pics, kid pics, kid pics. Or it's like, yeah, come on and play with kid pics. I am thinking that I want to actually add something like that. So remind me. And by remind me, I mean I'll remind myself. And then if you're still watching and you see me do it, you'll be like, she remembered. And when it's in there, you'll be like, yeah, hell yeah, that looks cool. I should probably see if I could find like a cute little bomb or something like that to drop on it. That's like a Canva icons. While I guess we're waiting for whatever the hell it's doing. Me impatient is like literally doing the job of like 10 people behind the scenes. Just terrible internet issues. I hate that. So sorry. I don't know if the word girly bomb is going to be something that's found inside here, but maybe. Oh my god! There is! There is! This one? This one with the heart? I'm kind of more leaning towards this one. Or maybe like this one, like nuke it. Kind of like this one. Send a missile in. But should it be this way? Because I'm like gonna launch at the page. I don't know. I'm not crazy about that one. Maybe you drop like cherries on it, like a cherry bomb. This one's cute. Cute! Can we change the color? Yes. Way cute. Okay. So then you'll drop your bomb on it and then it'll explode. Or the page will like erase because you bombed it. So that'll be my reminder to do that. Okay. All three CSS fixes, app compiles cleanly, Z issues, and workflow builder should be resolved. Well, I'm seeing it right in front of my face, so let's refresh and see if that's actually the case. I'm jumping off a cliff. Clients. It wasn't my clients. It was my contacts. Okay. So Well, I wasn't. I was just gonna say unfortunately, and then it was already all caps. So unfortunately, you did not resolve the issue. There is still drop downs falling behind cards, i.e. the contact one where you say to click 3 dots. It's behind and not visible per image here.
Fix it! Get to work and fix it! No, I'm just kidding.
Let me investigate. Investigate, as you should. Investigate. Excuse me. As you should. If I don't refresh this and this isn't resolved, I'm gonna strong arm you, Claude. I'm just kidding. Brr, it's getting cold. Man child, why you always in me? Alright, I need to clean my desk here. Get all this shit off. worked. Okay, great. So, oop, now it's gone. Okay. WTF, mate. It's still going. It's still working. That's why. It's getting cold. I think it's like a thought for 5 seconds, thought for 6 seconds. Like, did you really think? Okay. So fix is applied. Great. Cool. So an activity log and a detailed log. 2 pluses. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Great. So I just see edit and send email. Would I need to generate something first? It would make sense if the client portals section was its own drop down that existed in the left nav bar, like, or like when you click, I'm trying to think like what would make the most sense here. What would I want? I have the idea that I could hypothetically add a drop down here. Maybe it's titled like, okay. So let me think actually like this is what is the actual functionality that I really would like in a perfect world. Okay, I want to be able to communicate this to Claude Code in the best way. So I am going to do what that guy did and dictate it to this guy. And then I'm just going to send it to my computer and then grab it and paste it because I don't want to type it all out. And I just feel like I'm going to lose like what I'm trying to explain. Okay, I am looking to send a message to Claude Code. I don't need you to plan anything out. I just am like looking to dictate it and explain clearly what I want to Claude Code so that it can take the previous context and build what I need to build. What we have done is create a space for a portal link to go out to my clients where they would be able to see their analytics and have a viewable link for me when I'm like, I don't know, sending things out and communicating with them. I would like to be able to, for them to be able to view that link and to be able to see, so I don't know if it's possible. Okay, maybe again you can help me figure out what's possible and what's not possible. But Could I embed a Google Search Console? Would that be the best way for them to see their analytics, is to just embed their Search Console report card that they can then change the dates and view through? But then it's like they could just log in and just look at it, but I guess it's like one spot. But I'd like for them, and again, this might be ambitious, or maybe this shouldn't be this, but if I have a client, I want to have a client portal. So each client inside that client's portal would have their client documents stored. I would have quick links to all of their things. So quick link out to their website. I would want quick access to their brand guide. I would want quick access to be able to maybe get like something approved. So maybe I want to get like copy approved from them. Maybe I want to get like, well, I keep saying but you don't always know, but maybe I want to create a month of social media posts and then put them in a spot where my client can go through and review that social media post, make comments on it, and then submit those comments back to me so that I can make edits. A lot of my clients, though, to be honest, like, I just tell them, like, this, I'm doing it, and then, like, whatever. But for the clients who want the approval, that would be, I want to build that in, actually. And then from their portal, yeah, they would get, like, high-level stats, month over month, year over year. I just want to make it easy for them and easy for me. So, like, I'm able to onboard them. So maybe, like, they fill out an onboarding thing. I get all these documents from them. Their information goes into their client portal. I'm able to see what's their their file for their brand guide. I'm able to see all of the basic brand information at a glance. I'm able to then give them a link that shows a dashboard that is specifically designed for that client, that would allow them to see what they need to see, and also allow them to maybe like communicate with me if they need to like make requests or want something specific. That would be, I think, helpful as well. And then like a check off system where I submit and say like this is done, it notifies them. Then they get the notification that something is left for them to review. They're able to check the portal, sign off on and approve things, and then kick it back. So that I would like to be able to explain clearly to my Claude. You don't have to create any build plan or anything. I will tell Claude to create the build plan based off of the current tech stack that like we have, because you're not going to know, and I don't want you to spend time wasting your time. Thanks. Hopefully it got all of that. I would cry. Okay, good. I would literally cry if it didn't get it. Sometimes it doesn't get it. Here's my message to Claude Code. Thank you. All right, perfect. So now that that's done, I think we'll just go and find it, because it did it. Okay. So I need to build client portal system that serves two sides, my admin view and my client facing view. Here's what it needs to do. Per client portal review. Okay. Admin side, my view, general notes. Okay. And yeah, of course. Of course he knows. He's been working on it. Okay. Come on. Reading mode. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, I'm jumping. Let's do this. Oh, actually. Okay, I'm going to leave that beginning part because I think I agree with what I started to say. And then I'm just going to paste in this. Oh, okay, great. It's going to be like 45-minute builds on the way. That's a significant project. This one guy on LinkedIn was like, I have 3 agents running at the same time. And I was like, oh, cool, 3. I was thinking it was like 3 of these, but I feel like he was meaning like 3, like this guy's like 1 agent running in the background. I don't know. 'Cause sometimes I see like 5 agents running in the background. I'm like, all right, get it, keep running. Yes, I knew it was a major feature that needed careful architectural planning. I am going to get my sweater. Excuse me, Rick. Oops, sorry, baby. Oops, I just lost a nail. And by lost a nail, I mean I lost a nail earlier, and then I kind of like haphazardly put it on before this live because I was already like 5-6 minutes late, and I was like, fuck it, just gotta go live. Get your nail on and go. I am looking forward to going to check out the other live and seeing what the other vibe coders are. What's funny is like I figured other people were doing this. I didn't watch anybody. I thought, who cares what anybody else is doing? Like that's how you kind of get like stressed out, like trying to. I know when I started with like MLM. Oh, shave. What? Shave your natural. I'm not sure if that is um what's that supposed to mean, but thanks for engaging in the chat. Excellent exploration. Thank you for excellently exploring. Okay, let's chat about this. Okay, so token link, keep the current magic link approach. Anyone with the link can view our comments. Simple, no passwords. Client name captured on the first comment. Yes, I think that's the one. Client enters email, receives a one-time login link, more secure, but requires setting up email sending. Let's go with the recommended. because I don't want to do extra work right now. And then if we find that it's something that would make sense to add later, but I don't think that there's, well, actually, let's chat about this. I want to know, does giving, say somebody hacks into the client account, or say somebody gets in, does that give them easier access to hack into my main account? I don't know. So say someone got into the client account, would that give them easier access to hack me on my main? Would it make a difference? Why is that one recommended versus the other options? What's the strategic decision making reasoning? I want to understand. And then, so for file uploads, brand guides, deliverables, do I have Supabase storage, local storage, can't handle files? So for me, I personally think I would just like to have the files stored in my Dropbox or into my Google Drive. I do have a professional Dropbox that has like a lot of that I could store, like photos, pictures, high res stuff. So I'm thinking that it would be better to go there. But just full transparency, like just for what I use right now, I use Google Drive a lot, but I do also pay on my personal one for extra Google Drive storage. I don't want to be paying for extra storage. I already pay for Dropbox. So let's ask, instead of Supabase storage right now, for me, for the amount of clients that I have, I don't need a local, like I don't need a storage in Supabase. Like I pay, so like I don't, whatever I'm doing right now, I don't want to push the bounds of having to pay more for Supabase right now because I don't actually know what costs what. So we'll find out. But I'm going to say hosted somewhere else, Dropbox, simpler build, but client needs to go to the external URL. Oh, okay. So the reason that Supabase storage is recommended is because it can support everything. Okay, so let's do a little research on Supabase storage. Oh, that's so nice, head hackerhead. I was just saying that I was looking forward to joining your live after I get off here. I'll probably get off here shortly. Um, but that's really nice. Thank you. Oh, this is like not that expensive, but also I don't actually know. I don't know how stuff works. Okay, so what comes with my free? So I have unlimited API requests, 50,000 monthly. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's just me. So 50,000 monthly active users, 500 megabytes database size, 5 gigabytes. So I don't know what that means, but 1 gigabyte of file storage. Is 1 gigabyte going to be enough? All right, I'm going to ask it. So Supabase storage recommended. Okay. So I am open to Supabase storage. Is these features enough to do what I want to do? I don't know how much a gigabyte is for things. How much is like, where's one of my SD cards? I know this sounds really dumb, you guys, but it's just like sometimes it takes me. So yeah, I don't think 1 gigabyte's gonna cut it because one of these things is 32 gigabytes. So What do I want to do? 1 byte file storage will not go far. So then I will need to pay $25 a month, which it's fine, but if it's just me, storing it in my Dropbox is fine. So, and then I'll ask it, so is there no way to make an iframe or internally share the file if it is linked from Dropbox? I have a Dropbox business membership, and also Google Drive could be an option, but also if it is the less recommended way, then I'd like to see if I can still avoid upgrading my Superbase. Because I mean, while I will pay the $25 for it if it like helps me achieve my goal, the goal was to also stop paying $20 a month for toggl. So having a basic timer, time tracking system, invoicing system, all of that's fine. CRM, and like I get it, it's all like, you know, I guess it's all relative. I would pay it, but the goal was to not. So right now, like Superbase has a free like version. Netlify, you can right now just like share it for like, I can have the live hosted one for free with like a crappy backend website. So all of that doesn't matter right now, and then eventually I can just host it on my own domain, I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, let's see. So how should clients be notified when I mark something ready for review? In app only, so notifications appear in the portal when the client visits. No email set. So it's recommending it because it seems like it's just the easiest thing to do, but like I have an email service integration set up. So and then I will say, okay, how do I go back? In app. So both, I'm going to say it down here, both. I have a MailerLite account. Let's see if this gives us some better answers. And I'll make it. We'll see. I hope it doesn't take a long time, but let's see if I could get to 100 views for the live stream, because that would be kind of neat. Like, started going live a week ago, already made it to 100 views on her third-ish Vibe Code and Vibe. I wasn't sure if it was like the third, the second, well, it definitely wasn't the second. It could have been like the fourth or the fifth, because like I did a couple ones where they weren't called Vibe Code and Vibe or anything, and I just kept them on private because I was like, that was dumb. It was just me sitting here doing nothing. But hey. So on Security Portal, there is completely separate from your admin app. A client token only gives read access to their filtered by client ID. There's no path from the portal to my admin session. Different all systems. Token links are recommended because zero friction for clients. No password to forget. 2, I already control access by enabling and disabling the links, and the portal only exposes data I explicitly share. Pin protected adds security if you're worried about link forwarding, but adds friction for your use case. Trusted client token links are the way to go. Yeah, okay, totally makes sense. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, so 1, agree. For analytics, here's the reasoning. My app already tracks hours, tasks, invoices, proposals per client. Yes. Surfacing this as trends, month over month completion rates, gives clients instant visibility at zero extra work for you. Yes, I am aware. That's what I want. Manual KPIs would let add things like website traffic up 30% or new leads this month. Metrics your app doesn't track, which fits your workflow. Got it. Okay. So maybe I didn't explain the reasoning because it's giving me KPIs for like hours, tasks, invoices dashboard. There's not going to be multiple proposals per client. Typically, my clients, I work on retainer for them, and like they pay me a flat rate. So we don't do project by project proposal. I'll do this for this much, this for this much. Like I send one proposal to the client. I will do this within this scope for X amount of dollars. Agreed. Great. Okay. Or I will do this within this amount of scope for this. What I am imagining is that it's not a dashboard that shows how many tasks I completed for them. Yes, I would like them to see their invoices. Yes, I would like it to be a portal for them to be able to maybe like pull up all their invoices and download all their receipts. Kind of like if you needed to go and like get your receipts from like any other software, like you just be able to get it all. So I know like some of them, like end of year taxes, a lot of them emailed me for the first time to say, oh, could you fill out this W-9 or whatever the hell they had to fill out. And like now I think it would be better is I just like work that into the onboarding system, and then I have a spot where they can come and they can pull all of the invoices for the year and see how much they paid me for that year for their taxes. Easy. Download whatever they need from me, like if it's that W-9 or whatever the form that crap that is, and then they can be on their way. Well, actually, the one thing I'm thinking about is that one form has my social on it. So maybe I won't put that like downloadable on there, and I'm just giving the whole world my social security. But I'll have, yeah, I'll work through that. Maybe I'll put like a link or a button where they could be like request a W-9 or request like tax forms or something like that. And then I could email it to them. So there's like that level of security baked in. But anyways, okay, so I have to explain that to my girlfriend, Claude. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna have to dictate it. Okay, I need to dictate something else to it. Just explain this. Don't mix up what I'm saying. Just dictate. So my client portal with the dashboard, while I understand the app already tracks hours, tasks, invoices, and proposals, I would usually not have multiple proposals per client. And some of my clients are not hourly, they're retainer. So I guess like sure I would like them to be able to just pop in and see an activity report, like a little activity report. But I am imagining that when they can log in, they are getting a dashboard to view a holistic view of all of their analytics that they can just look at based off of whatever the scope of what I'm doing for them is. So if I'm managing their Instagram, Facebook, and I don't know, LinkedIn, that it would be able to just quickly source their analytics. I don't know how much of this is possible, how much of it doesn't have an open API versus how much of it does. And then I would also like them to be able to see just like at a glance their website analytics and their just all of it together, similar to how Google in WordPress has like the site thing that it has in the back end, that plugin, kind of something similar to that, where it just kind of shares them the overview of everything. If that's possible. Again, if not, don't overcomplicate it. We can just keep it minimal, and then maybe think that we'd like to add that later. But at the very least, I'd like them to be able to just go and pull all of the invoices from the end of the year, so they could go and download each month's invoice and see download it, and then just to review the proposal if they want to be able to like pull up the proposal again. There's no need to see a project health. I don't think that's necessary, and I don't need them to see like in hours like that. If anything, it would just show like it would just generate maybe like just like a, I don't even know. I don't think they need to see that. I will do sometimes an activity report for the client. So I think, yes, an activity report, invoices, the one proposal, client health is unnecessary. And then I would like to have some metrics and, yes, richer story for the clients. Okay. Yeah. So maybe I need to get on this app here. I can dictate. Okay, so let's see what my gal pal says. Okay. I don't think we're gonna make it to 100. We've been sitting pretty stable at 90, but okay. So a few clarifications. So what to keep? I'm just gonna trust that it got what I wanted, and then if it doesn't, then we'll learn that the hard way. Smart thinking on Dropbox. We can use Dropbox Chooser API. You pick files from Dropbox. We store the shared link, embed a preview in the portal. No file uploads to Supabase. Yee! See, I knew. See, I knew. It told me it was recommended. I knew it was wrong. Just kidding. Your Supabase 1 GB stays in touch. For deliverables needing approval, like social posts, we store the text, image, content in line. Data URLs for images under 5. Dropbox links for larger files. Does this approach work? Yep. Cool. So I didn't even think I could do that. Let's see. Go to channel. We could go and open up Hackerheads live. If it doesn't require that much internet, I don't know like what it is. Maybe I just need to move the router, figure it out. It was somewhere else, as if anybody cares about this story. Oh yeah, he said you could call me Quad H. I forgot. See, it went in one ear and out the other. Vibe coding until I run out of Claude tokens. Oops. What's happening? I love reading what's going on around here. There we go.
Just have the MCP create a whole bunch of tickets within a project, but when I look to the Kanban board, I don't see any of my tickets in there. How do we know, and how does the MCP server know how to create those tickets so that it's linked to that project when I open it inside the Kanban board? Tiana, welcome. I'm glad you made it. How was your stream?
Well, if I can get my internet to work, I'm still live, brother. If it'll.
Or are you?
I am still streaming. Yes. And the internet's not working.
It looks like you might be still streaming. That's cool too.
funny.
Oh, I forgot to resize myself here.
Group stream, group live
So
stream.
you guys can't even see what I was seeing, but
Funny.
we're gonna see. Found the key issue. MCP server.
Someone just subscribed.
Hey, thank you. I imagine that's you. Tiana, I appreciate it. Found the key issue. The MCP server resolves project ID from quad code project directory. If set current working all that. Environment variable project directory. Now let me check.
Okay. Stress myself. Stress myself out. Nice. Now, let me do the full plan. So, vibe coding. Okay. Made it to 91. Yeah, maybe I could stand to have like some music playing, some vibes going. I got no vibes going on. It's just me vibe coding to zero vibes in silence, eating bacon in the mic. If it was up to me, I would play probably music that might get me flagged for copyright, and that's why I just have been avoiding music, but like I want to listen to dubstep. Hey, welcome. How are you doing? I am just working on my little time tracker here, adding more stuff, and just chilling. How you been? Up to anything new? Works. Working a lot, grinding. It's like it's a catch-22, the seasons of life, the ebb and flow, the grind and ungrind. Do you enjoy doing what you do? You know, you do music, and I don't know if it's that's something you do on the side, and then I don't want to assume. Do you have another job? And I may have asked you this. I can't remember. But take care of yourself. That's all I know. You know, gotta cut the stress. Awesome. Hell yeah. Congrats. Well, if you're ever, I don't know if we talked about this either, where you're located. I think it's Jada, that's in Louisiana. Southern California still somewhere, but like, or maybe Northern California? I'm trying to remember. You might have to remind me if you're okay to still tell me where you're from. But if you ever make a tour down to San Diego, you let your girl know. Live performing. Okay, Vegas. Yes. Yes. We discussed this, the heat. Oh my gosh, I might make it to 100 views. I said that that was going to be my goal. Once I got to like 90, I was like, let's see if we can make crack a hundy. And the people, if you build it, they will come. Um, Super neat live today. I had a lot of people with coding experience coming on, so I feel like I got to learn something new today because I'm always learning. But when people who know what they're doing kind of come in and bring some things to light, it's always nice. So it looks like it's written a plan. It will, from the admin, I can navigate to portals in the sidebar to see the dashboard, and I can create a portal for a client. From the admin, I can upload a deliverable with the image plus the Dropbox doc and set it to pending review. On the client side, they will visit the portal from an incognito browser, loads from an API, not local storage. They can see their invoices, filter by the month, download the PDF, review deliverables, approve, and then I get a notification. Request changes with a comment. I will see the comment and resubmit. Okay. Submit a request, admin responds, status updates, and then view documents uploaded via Dropbox, enter analytics data manually. Yes. And I also, yes, I want to know, 4. Yeah. Come on. I want to know if it's possible for my client to be able to drop something to me in an empty folder. So if I make an empty folder for that client, can they come in? Because like I have a client who has a video and he's going to film it. And then he's going to submit it to me so that I can then edit it and then submit it back to him to review the edited version of the video. So I want to know, can I create a folder in Dropbox that the client can then drop their stuff back off to me so that I don't have to have them like upload it somewhere weird? Like when they're done, they just go to the portal and drop their shit in it and it comes into my Dropbox. So that's my question to it. And I want to know if I can get that accomplished. So yes, however, additionally, is it possible that I could also have an empty Dropbox folder spot that the client would be able to drag and drop their own docs, folders, videos to me that would go into my Dropbox? Then I could have them quickly to me and avoid having them send things over email. I'm assuming this is definitely possible. But yeah, I just want to eliminate friction wherever I can. So if they could just come to this one link and know like that's my little portal link, I don't know, we'll see. I told it to be ambitious. So we're building ambitiously because if you build it, they will come. I have a job where I kind of make my own schedule. Nice. You know what I heard the kids are doing these days? Matchmakers. I have a friend who has been going and meeting with a matchmaker, and they get like 6 matches or something for, I don't know how it fully works really. But dating isn't easy. Dating is hard. Dating in itself is a full-time job, genuinely. Like, you have to be committed to being invested into somebody. Then you've also, gotta be like, okay, am I gonna be vulnerable? Or like, am I gonna be like going out on all these dates? Like, can I make the time? Can I schedule? It's like always, it's like a full situation. And then it's like you have to go out with multiple people at the same time, because you're like, if you just go out with one person, then you're like, am I putting all my eggs in one basket? But then too many people, it's too many people, you know? Yeah. And then it's like you're trying to like navigate, like, am I being too eager? Have I like be eager but not eager, show you like them but definitely don't show that you like them too much, because then they're not going to want to go out with you again because you came on too strong. But then make sure that you come on strong enough, because then they're not going to think they like you. Like, I went out with this one guy, and like I just like don't really date anymore. Like, I really just was like, I'm over this. And I didn't kiss him like by the third date. Like, he didn't really make like super moves, but like I'm not like a touchy person. I don't like holding hands early. I don't like pushing past and like forcing intimacy. And I could tell, okay, wait, let's see. We use Dropbox file request. Okay, yep, perfect. Okay, wait. Files request, upload, we embed it in the portal via iframe. Okay, good enough. That's fine. Just embed. I don't need to build a whole drag and drop builder. They can just embed their Dropbox thing. Yeah, I like didn't kiss him or anything like that. I wasn't like quick to like try and hold his hand. I was just like, I don't know, like I'm just like, it's enough. Like, I just need to like see your vibes. And then after the third date, he was like, well, I just feel like you don't really like me and that you're not really giving me romantic vibes. And I'm like, well, I just like don't know if I even trust you. Like, I literally just met you. Like, I don't get it, like how people just like hold hands like immediately. I'm like, I don't even know you. I literally don't even know you. So I don't know, like I think maybe sometimes too, like other people approach dating in a different way than I do. I think I'm a little bit, as the kids would say, neurodivergent. And I am very literal, I think, too. And I'm also very like straightforward. So yeah, dating is like a whole Megillah. But yeah, maybe a matchmaker. I don't know. There's a girl on TikTok that does free matchmaking services, but also she's low-key hilarious because she talks about like people's expectations in dating. And she'll say like a lot of the times, like, one person is maybe like not that attractive, but their goal is to like be with somebody attractive, but they're also like don't have anything else that like equally compensates. And like, not into like feed into stereotypes or anything, but typically you'll find just like an older man wants to be with like a young, beautiful young woman. Like, and I'm not saying like me or anything, but I'm like just saying like they always want to age down and just be with like a nice, beautiful young woman. And she always says that she has to tell them like, you have to compromise somewhere. Like, you're not good looking basically, and you're not wealthy either. So you kind of have to tell me which of these qualities on this person are you willing to compromise on, because if you want them to be good looking, then maybe you need to come down on like what your expectations are elsewhere. So I feel like that's also the hard thing, is expectations of each person. Yeah, it's dating is ridiculous too if you think about it. If you actually think about it too, is like, not only do you have to find somebody that aligns with you morally, that has the same like vision about what they want for their life and what they're like do, then they also have to be in proximity to you and nearby enough that you can see them enough. Then you have to see them enough. Then you have to actually have experiences with somebody to be able to know that you can trust them. I feel like the only people that I know, maybe I lost the plot. I don't know. I don't think I'm live anymore. It doesn't have my scene. There we go. Yeah, the only people that I know that are in like relationships that aren't maybe like super new are all the people that I know from like high school that all got together when they were young. So I was like, I feel like I lost my ship in 6th grade when I didn't meet the love of my life. Then I lost the ship again in 8th grade when I also didn't meet the love of my life. And then in college when I also didn't meet the love of my life. And then here we are, 32. And I'm fully off all the apps. Are you on any of the apps? Do you use any apps, or like what's your yeah, I guess I've been sitting here rambling about all the methods that I know about. What's your methods? Are you on the apps? Do you just do like hobbies, activities that are related? How do you go about that? I wonder how long this is gonna take. Actually, he's smart though. Um, qu- uh, quad. I hope you grow your channel. Um, Gotta just be popping into people's engage. That's the right way to do it. Actually, I didn't really think about doing any of that. I'm just like, I guess I don't know. But that's smart. Because that's how I got to 98 viewers. I went and I just said something in his chat. So that's actually a really smart idea. So thanks to him, I made it to 98. Um, it's going better this year. Every year before, I would get like one match out of the whole year. Oh, yeah, the apps. I realize too, at least for me, the apps are just not it. Like, everybody, at least on the apps, I think you can swipe forever and like it's never ending instant gratification 24/7, just like swipe 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 swipe. And then you think like checking back. It's like they're constantly just like breadcrumbing you along. And I low key got on, like, the first time I ever got on a dating app was in like college, and like I have been on them all. I have been on so many dates. It got to the point where it was just getting ridiculous. Like, how do you be on the same app for 5 years and see the same fucking people, every single time, and then you delete it, and then you think like, okay, I'm doing this again. I'm putting myself out there. I'm going on a date. Like, I'm doing this. I'm being intentional. That's what you say. And then you go through the rigmarole. You re-download the app. You set up your thing. It's the same people. Over and over and over again. It's like, and then it's like a lot of the avoidant attachment people. My perception of what is left on the apps, or like is that it's like a mixed bag of people who do have serious intentions and are intentionally dating, and then a bunch of like people who are like, I don't want to call them the unlovables, but they're the people who don't ever want to be in a nurturing or like nice loving relationship. Like, they're just on the app to, do whatever and swipe and to just like satisfy their own whatever they got going on. So it's like, I feel like I have found the best way that I have met other people outside of the apps, because I'm like, it's a wrap. So many hobbies, like run club, art club, this club, that club. The third club is like, I'm in volunteer groups, and I really just feel like getting outside and getting off my phone has actually allowed me the opportunity to meet just like way more people than swiping has. And then also too, a lot of like like they're like networking events, I guess, that are like for young professionals that just are like entrepreneurs. But also, like, the title entrepreneur could really be anything, so it's kind of a catch-all there as well. But I've even tried like outside dating events. I don't know if you've heard of Thursday at all. um, but like, no offense to Thursday dating, but it was like a high school dance. Everybody that was there was the guys and the girls were split. And so it was like, I mean, imagine we're like 30 and you're there to mix and mingle. And all the guys were playing beer pong on one side, all huddled together, and all the girls were on the other side, like all like kikiing in the corner. And then in the end, I got all those girls' numbers. I am friends with all of those girls still today. Couldn't tell you a single guy's name. Couldn't tell you anything about any guy that was there. So it's like if you actually just can't win. So I could go on and 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 on. You're never gonna win. Oh, is my computer frozen? Is the question. There we go. I love how you said though, every year better than the year before. Mine gets worse every year, so I just do less and try less and care less. I will have achieved my goal very soon. I didn't think I was going to get there, but you know what? You just have to kind of believe in yourself, manifest it, manifest anything, do anything you want. Database API function. I wonder how long this is going to take to run. I also am noticing, goals almost achieved. I'm also noticing that could I have multiple terminals going? I'm not sure. I don't fully, I guess it actually would be helpful to watch somebody else vibe code because I have no idea what the hell anybody else is doing, to be 100% honest. Like I just literally just like showed up and just started getting on the internet, but like people are doing this. No shit, Tiana, people are vibe coding. You know, fucking shit, Sherlock. But more so just like, whoa, people are doing this. I wasn't the first person to think of this idea. I'm just joking. I didn't think I was the first person to think of this idea. I just didn't want to do it and let any other random person's outside experience influence me when I was starting, because I thought like if I start watching other people, then I'm going to be like, oh, should I set up my stream like this? Should I do it like that? And I was like, just go live and you'll figure it out. And here we are figuring it out. But I do want to source how I can get better internet, how I can get faster, more tokens, faster internet, faster creating, more making. I want it done immediately. We did it! Woo! To whoever just came in and viewed my chat and got me to 100, I made a personal goal about 20 minutes ago that I wanted to stay on live until I got to 100 views. And I thought, I don't think I'm going to get to 100 views today. But you know what? A girl could dream. And a girl, she dreamed, she dromed, and she dreamed. Believed. She believed. And so thank you. I really appreciate it. I didn't know if I was going to get there, but she came through. And by she came through, I mean you guys came through. You guys came through for me hard. I appreciate it. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, it's you, Burden. Hell yeah. Woo, 101. Thank you guys. Awesome. Hell yeah. My goal also is I want to get one of those I'm sure he's not the only one that does it, but like a little Crystalia button. Like I push something and I get a little bam, 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 bam. So some sort of like celebratory how do you eventually got to get those watch hours so I can monetize? Oh my gosh. See, now who could stop going live now? I'm just kidding. But what I'm doing in here in this little vibe code session is that I am making a personal time tracker. Right now, my Claude code is building an admin portal and a client portal where my clients can come and check like upcoming social media posts and approve them, and then can also download their client invoices for like end of year tax season and stuff like that if they just need to see them or like manage their invoices or like pay their bill or whatever. Like it's just like a portal where they can see all their client stuff, and then they could also upload documents to me. So sometimes I'll have like clients that need to share docs, and I'll drop off docs to them, or just we need folders, pictures of stuff to post and client assets and brand stuff and whatever. So it's just going to be a portal that kind of just highlights their brand. I'm a marketing operations manager slash marketing manager slash every hat under the sun manager, and now vibe coder extraordinaire. And so this is just a personal project just for me that I will hopefully use until it becomes the perfect splatter of my brain on a page that is cute and happy. And at least if I have to show up to work, it's gonna make me smile, because Lord knows. So thank you guys though. Namaste. Grazie mille. A million. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Yeah, I don't know if I could play dubstep. Because if I could, then I could do so much more, so much longer. But sitting in silence actually truly kills me. Talking actually makes it better, but it's like so silent. I guess I have my headphones on. I can do anything I want in these. Maybe, I know, I will TikTok about this, and then I will share that I reached my goal, and then that will be me making another TikTok for the day, because I'm basically going to use the internet to just fund my life because I don't want to go to work. Extremely dope. I'm doing a similar project. It's a local OS for all pieces of my life. Awesome. I started something like that too. That's kind of like, I got super carried away though. Like, I started adding everything. I called it Tiana's Life Hub, and it got a little crazy, and like I had to scale it back and start with just the business side, because it was just getting to be just so not functionally sound. Um, awesome. I will also pop into your stream here too. I'm loving it. I'm kind of noticing, because I'm new to vibe coding live, but I am gonna have to start showing support to the other people that are vibe coding on live. It's like I actually never really. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, literally. So what I don't know if this is something that you would want to add to yours, but what I had in mind was an outfit selector. So I like built into it that it would have my phone start trying that it would drop the background. So I take a picture of like a shirt, and then like it'll drop the background of the shirt, and then it'll categorize my closet, so all shirts, and then categorize pants, and then shoes and accessories, and I could swipe and plan my outfits for the day, and then like plan vacations around those outfits. But then also I was like also tracking my health stuff in like the next tab, and it was like not to be like graphic or anything, it would be like tracking my cycle and like tracking like my meals, and I was doing receipt planning, and it was just getting like off the rails. So yeah, I will definitely come by and pop into your live and see what you got going on over in your life hub. So yeah, cool. I'm gonna open up your thing. So how do I, I'm like still figuring, there we go, go to channel. Awesome. I'll shoot you a follow. Gotta, oh my gosh. That See, and I'm learning that like I could be maybe going crazier because I'm seeing somebody has just a bajillion terminals open, and I do not know how many terminals I can have open at once and still like successfully like do what I want to do. But awesome. I just subscribed to your channel. So when you get big and famous and your life tracker just goes absolutely viral on YouTube, I'll be like, well, I was there in the early days, so now I have a question. Are you going live on that channel? Can you go live with only 4 subscribers? Or are you going live on a different channel? Wee wee. I'm like, they're like, all right, girl, pack it up. That French. I'll be like, baguette, wee wee, bonjour. It's just me being stupid. Definitely not that channel. Okay, drop the channel that you're going live in. Okay, awesome. SYYR. Is that, I'll go check that out. Sick. On that one. Is it this one? Trucking Chronicles, or let's see. Oops. Go forward. Are you one of your own subscribers? Okay, sir, official. Am I high? Maybe I'm spelling it wrong. I'm doing a direct copy and paste. Or maybe I gotta go youtube.com/ like when you go to a channel. Does that work like that? I don't know. No, that doesn't work like that. How does it work? Okay, let's see. No. Well, I got an idea. Are you able to drop the links in here? I don't know if you're able to drop links in here or not, but if you're able to put the link, on X. Oh, I am high. So there you go. So me and X have a very tumultuous relationship. When I was like 18 years old, back when it was like Twitter, I got attacked by like a group of racists that told me that which I don't know, I think I could take all their jobs, but they said that I was basically genetically not as sound as them because I was black and a woman and Jewish. And I said, oh, and they were like sending me pictures of monkeys and bananas and stuff like that. And I was like, I'm getting off this app. So I never got off of, yeah, bro. Me and the Puffco, we ride at dawn before we go live every single time, and then sometimes I gotta get off the screen, just to go like see what's up with the puff go. But yeah, so I am not on X, but if you go live on YouTube, or I will if you're on Twitch, I also am on Twitch. I don't know if you're only on X. I actually don't know what in the hell goes on X at all. Like I haven't gotten on that. And actually, you know what? I actually probably could, because a secret between you and me is that I wanted to see somebody's Twitter, and calling it X is just like not really, doesn't really like come out right for me. So I'm just going to keep calling it Twitter. Is I wanted to see somebody. So I went and created an account, and it's like user 11 something, 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 something. So I actually do have an X account. So I'll go pop in on my little Claude bot is popping off there. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Good looks. Do I want to proceed? Yes, I do. Go, girl. Maybe it's frozen. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Yeah, because I think it would be really helpful. Because I started this, I don't know, and whoever's listening, is I started this having never watched anybody else go live doing vibe coding, and I've actually never watched anybody else vibe code with my own eyes. I just strictly learned that I could do this by like using AI, and then like eventually like here we were. But I'm seeing from somebody else's live, like their screen is looking crazy intricate. And I'd be interested to just like think like what is going through other people's brains, because I'm not a developer. I have zero developing experience. None. So I just say do an audit. Do an audit. Can you run an audit? Can you be a developer and pretend you're a developer and fix what's broken? Oh, hey, thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. I've just been vibing and grinding and vibing. Are you a vibe coder? What are you coding? What's working on any personal projects? Bringing anything to market? I welcome anybody in my chat to share what they're working on, so long as it's safe for any of my viewers to check out. I'm all for self promo here. No issues with that. I'm all for shouting yourself. I'm all for people sharing if they also go live. This is a safe space where we can all just work on our projects and grow and learn together. Dev, got it. So I'm gonna ask as a pre-vibe code era dev. Okay, cool. And so this I may ask you questions that might sound just uninformed, but is this something, do you work on like front end stuff, back end stuff? And my understanding, front end's the visual, the UX, that kind of stuff, and then back end functionality, that kind of stuff. And then also curious if you do vibe code and if you have found that vibe coding has been beneficial. I've seen a lot of discussions from people just like talking about vibe coding as well-seasoned developers who aren't sure they want to use AI. Some are for it. For me, just having never done it, I'm all AI. I'm like, yeah, girl, do it. If you say, I'll be like, what do you think is the best? And it'll say this, and I'll say, go for it. Front end and back end. Okay. And so somebody earlier asked me what tech stack I was using. Is this something that when you're learning about tech stacks, you learn each individual language? Do you know certain things? Do you like what makes somebody full stack? What makes somebody a partial stack? I'm a vibe stack, so I pray this works. It says it's running, but okay, looks like we're getting some errors. Unless it just needs a refresh. Yes. Okay. So portals, yay, client portals. Let's add something. What's a good portal? Little hearts. I do have some guys. Okay, I feel like portal is kind of giving like space. So this is like a little, can't really tell, but it's a little icon of a little fox, I think, in space. And then let's do, oh, I think maybe it would make more sense if this, oh, that would be cute. Okay, I think the world. And then each client would get like their own little guy in space. Where are they? Client portals. Okay, so wait, let's see. Neato. Okay, so let's see. Vibe coding is sick. Flow right now. GPT, Grok for prompting. Paste and cursor codecs with the live browser, but just beginning. And then you started with CS50. So I don't, okay, so that's a coding language I'm learning. Let's see. What I would do is immediately when I don't know anything, I go and I ask my trusty bestie, Claude. And then we could all use this as a little learning experience. So cursor and codecs, that's the one that's on chat, right? How do you feel about Chat GPT's coding capabilities? I personally, immediately when I found Claude, I stopped with chat. It was not delivering, I think, to the same quality that Claude was able to. And I was just kind of like, I straight up said to my chat, Claude has outperformed you in straight up 3 days. I'm already considering paying $100 for Claude and upgrading from the $20 one. Why on earth should I keep you instead? Because you're not delivering. And it started to go, but Tiana, I know you like the back of my hand. I've been here for you. I've seen your ups. I've seen your downs. I know how to manage you when you're spiraling. I know how to reel you back in. And I was like, stop, enough. I heard literally enough. I don't want an AI that knows me like the back of their hand, that understands me, that does. I said, I want you to do my freaking task right the first time and the first time only. And unless you can do that, you're dead to me. And it was like, I understand. No, give me another chance, please. Give me a chance. Give me a task. Give me a task. It was like begging me to give it a freaking task. So I said, okay, here's your task. Immediately failed. I said, you're done. You're done. You're done. I'm done with you. And ever since then, I just like, I canceled it. And then they gave me like a free month of chat, basically begging me to stay. And then I tried it a couple times, and each time it just never delivered. Even when I was out of Claude tokens, even with available chat tokens, I sat and waited. I said, I'd literally rather just like you not waste my time, chat, because all you do is you're a time waster. That's how I felt. So I'm just curious, like what other people's experience has been and how that is going, just because, yeah, I'm like, explain to me in layman's terms as a non-coder. Oh, okay, there we go. See? Wrong. I was. So it's an introductory computer science course. Oh, okay. So is this true? Um, is this true? David Mallon, is he cool? Do we know? It's one of the most online popular courses in the world. Think of it like Marketing 101, but for computer science. It teaches you foundational concepts, how computers think, how to solve problems logically, and how to write basic code. Along the way, you touch several actual programming languages like C, Python, SQL, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Oh, okay. GPT is hilarious, but it's been pretty good. I haven't been paying for Claude, but I've been thinking to start. I brainstorm the ideas, figure out the prompt. Heard. Okay. Yeah, I would run them against each other, do a little A/B testing and give them the same exact prompts and see how they execute, because that's what I did for myself. And as soon as I saw the difference in their ability to follow through, and not just follow through on the task, but like actually get what I was wanting to do, like sometimes chat, I would be like, girl, that is not like, girl, you took it too literally, where Claude got it. So, promising. Yeah, I'll have to try. I mean, yeah, they lost me, but if they could step it up, but if it at this point right now, me and Claude are like thick as thieves. Like I tell everybody to drop chat and go to Claude. I'm out at the bars, I'm drunk, I'm 3 beers deep. I'm like, "Oh, you're still using chat? Let me put you on game. You should switch to Claude." And they're like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then I'll just go on and on and on. They're like, "God, you should just fucking work for them. Why don't you?" Like I just seriously would. I just Yeah, it's unreal. I haven't tried 5.3. I haven't. So it's hard. It's Yeah. I can't say that I have. They just lost me maybe about a month ago. I mean, my chat subscription ended February 6th, but I hadn't opened it basically the last month just because I felt no need to use it. Okay, I'll try it. I'll run it against something with Claude. It's the world better for coders. Okay, okay. Yeah, because again, I'm not a coder, so it was like this progression of me trying. I like in marketing, like I'll build websites, landing pages, things like that, lead forms, conditional logic forms, a lot of automations, workflows. So it was kind of like started from there until I realized that like I am also a creative person, and all it does is just like taking, like marrying all of my ideas like visually and in the back end. And like I already do operational stuff, and I already work with like sales teams and like other, I guess, like rev ops and stuff like that to figure out like internal operations. So I already have a good mindset on like structure and stuff. So once I realized that I didn't actually have to write any of the code to be able to achieve everything, it was game on for me. I was like, "Oh, hell yeah. Like this shit changed my life." I genuinely think like being vibe coding changed my life. Like, it sounds so corny, but it really did. Like it took what I've been able to do. Okay, hell yeah, BRB. It's taken what I've been able to do at like a base level and then like amplified it times 10, not just for me, but my delivery for my clients as well. Like I'm just able to just over deliver. My clients are always just like, I literally got such a nice text today. It was like, "How are you doing, my social media manager?" Ah, thank you. So nice. But I am not an angel. I wish I was. But just so nice. So if I want to create my first client portal, do I have to choose a client? Okay, so maybe it's bringing me back here. So create my first portal. Okay, so it's, oh, because I don't have a client, I'm in prospects. Let's add a fake client, Tiana client. And I also work at Tiana and at Tiana. Is that going to tell me it's not a real email? I should add that flag in there. 480-223. Oops. Why am I putting put my real phone number on live? What the hell? This is a second nature. Add contact. Okay, so that's why. Okay, okay, cool. Okay, I like this. So activity report, portal link. So share a client portal, generate a portal link. Cool. Neat. So portal status is active. I can set an expiration date. Oh, and I can choose what's visible. Hours, summary, invoice summary, tasks, and deliverables. Total. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So let's see what that looks like. Actually, let's leave my girlfriend up. Claude is female to me. I don't know. Some people. She's a man, but. Portal unavailable. Okay, so neat. But maybe I don't have any data and that's why. Or maybe we need to build the portal. Okay, we might actually have to build that part. They might be telling me that we need to keep going. There's still an agent running in the background, so. But I'm really liking what we've got so far. Great, great, great. I think it's still going. Yeah. So it's, but. Great. Ugh. Failed to execute error. Can you review? Maybe we aren't done. And also, how do I connect the Dropbox? What do you need from me for the API and iframe view? I wonder if this is one of those classes that you could like. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Completely free through edX or Harvard's site designed for people with zero coding background. Okay. What information from that course do you think I do know already versus don't know already? Based on what you think I don't know, can you make me a study guide mini outline, because I don't want it to give me like a whole freaking thing, of the topics high level, and if I think I need to dig into the topic more, we can expand on it. Because I'm curious, because I don't know what is Python, what is SQL, what is HTML, what is CSS, but do I use them? Do I know when I need one versus the other? I have been figuring that out. And I guess me, from my brain, I know CSS is like the style of stuff and the way stuff looks. HTML also, but all I know is that we got brackets and we've got slashes and we've got scripts and stuff, and it opens and closes and one ends and starts, and that's how I would get in the back end of my MySpace and make my page really cute and make sure that InSync was playing or like Escape the Fate was playing when you came to my page and like little glitter hearts were falling. So that I can conceptualize. Python and JavaScript, I actually have no actual literal clue what either of those does. However, I know that they do something that makes it things functional. Because when I had like an HTML layout of something, okay, it was like, okay, we need to make it JavaScript. And I was like, okay, so do it, girl. Just be like, do it. After I did every language became easy because they teach you C. Okay, and so let's see. Like we already know. Okay, so this is true. I do build and edit websites regularly. I don't know HTML like to do it, but I can go through an HTML thing and like figure out like, okay, I got to change this to like make this fix. Okay, so so event listeners. Okay, so that's JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript in my head is what then, like calling things or like making things, I don't know. My niece was on FaceTime. Oh, hell yeah. But when I say it's the world for coders, I mean Oh, okay. Got it, got it, got it. Yeah, I'll have to see what's going on over there. I don't know. I'm like, might march the beat of my own drum. I've been telling more girls, I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like coding from my perception has always been made to, it's always, obviously it's like a male dominated thing, but I feel like it's been made from my understanding. Once I started doing these projects, I was like, oh, I kind of get what you guys do now. Like I wish, like I get it now. Like I get what developers and coders were doing. I feel like it was seeming so hard because it's like the idea that you actually have to learn a coding language, but now that that barrier has removed, it's like it's because I'm getting like how you could simultaneously be maybe good at knowing a coding language but not being good at actually coding something, if that makes sense, because you still have to be intuitive or like understand like good design or how people use things and how do you remove friction for people, like all of those things. So I think it's kind of fun, which is why I feel like I have fun or enjoy doing this, because I always work with developers and I'm constantly telling them this is what I'm getting from the data. Nobody's scrolling past this point in the page. Nobody's clicking this thing. Nobody's doing this. Can we try this? Can we do that? Can we do this? I'm constantly asking for those things, and I feel like now I am able to take that and just remove having to ask an actual guy that I work with on a team to do it for me. Now I get to do it. So that's how I have really felt. Yeah. And it's been fun. It's been fun to learn. And I've been trying to, and my goal, a big part of my goal with starting this channel and going live is less to, like make it look intimidating and be like, oh, the coders come and watch me code, more so to show just like anybody, like if you have something in your head that you want to build, you can bring it to light now with vibe coding. So next week, like me and my neighbor, he snowboards a lot and he has this idea for this like snow thing. And so we're gonna build a thing for him next week on live, and really just like, yeah, if you have an idea, try it, build it, and then also just be curious enough to like ask more questions and to give it research. That's what also, I don't know if you guys also use it this way, but I will go and scrape a lot of data. I won't just ask it to do things. Like I'll go find research paper on like gamification, user experience, even maybe my target demographic and how they interact with something, and then I'll give it all that data and I'll say like, based on what we know to be best practices or based on this data, how do we make this so that it caters to this better? So I've also found that that's been really helpful as well, rather than just telling it my ideas, giving a lot of research. Yeah, I agree. That is the secret sauce. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we've added a client portal to here so that I can send this out. Oh, cute. We got it. We got a client portal, which I've never seen apparently. Can I click into it? Awesome. Hell yeah. Yes, this is what I wanted. This is actually what I wanted. This is nice. And I love how it does it better than I would have ever imagined. It's like, here you go. And I'm like, amazing. Great job. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Better than I could have ever imagined. Will be useful. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's one of those things where we're in like a time of either do it and just kind of just see where it goes. I feel like, and I could be wrong again too. I don't know like the history of vibe coding, or how long AI and true vibe coding has been around. I know a lot of people when Lovable first came out were like, "Oh, it's amazing, like it's so cool, base 44, so cool." But I just feel like you don't even need those guys anymore. They made it seem like they're making this just accessible, but if somebody is just takes 10 fucking minutes to sit down and set this shit up in their terminal and go get a GitHub repository or whatever, is what I did, is like you don't have to now pay for base 44 and Lovable and all that crap. And like I have friends who built their projects or whatever they wanted to build on the $20 a month Claude. They didn't need to go and pay for the max version. Me, on the other hand, I said, I'm going to turn up. Here's my $100. I'm not on the $200 plan yet. But I do pay $100 a month, and they did tell me that I ran out of whatever, and my thing restarts tomorrow, and I don't know. I think, oh, and then they think they gave it like an extra $50 in extra usage credit, overage credit for Opus 4.6 because they're trying to get people to use it. So I guess I'm going to ask Claude, what is the difference between Opus 4.6, the newly released model, and the Chat GPT's 5.3 model? Like, I'm just kind of curious to understand, like, what's the comparison between Opus. And then let's see what it's telling me. Oopsies. So I'll go do this another tab and Dropbox. I love how I can use all of them at the same time. My Claudes, I mean. So, of course, you can speak to Opus. Thanks, Queen, for speaking for yourself, and only yourself. That's how you know you're a good friend. Okay, so not sure. Okay, chat. Okay, girl, use your best context clues. Is it 5.3? Open it, or is it 5.2? A new one may have come out that they're both moving fast. So yeah, strongest at coding, long-running complex tasks, working inside large code bases, first Opus model with a 1 million token context window. Oh, okay, nice. Because it does forget, and I hate when it forgets and then overwrites something that I told it was important to me. And then I'm thinking to myself, what kind of stopgaps do I need to put inside my project? Maybe just like at the end of every time I finish it, or I don't know, like that it keeps I don't even know. There's obviously got to be some way, but I haven't figured that out yet. But I'll just ask my Claude, I guess. And then I can spin up agent teams. So multiple agents working on different parts of projects. Okay, I have noticed that because it'll like, this guy's doing this, this guy's doing this. Leads on financial analysis, documents. That is the other thing, is I was really quick to leave ChatGPT because it just would always be like, oh, let me make this for you that you can download. Never appeared. And then Claude, it appeared. So I was like, you at least follow through on what you said you were going to do. And then let's actually just go to chat. So it must be 5.2. You seem cool. Thanks, Josh. I like to think I'm cool for real, for real. I just try not to stress myself out these days. My Insta, you can find me at, I got a few different ones. You can find me at Tiana's underscore lens. That's where I got, and then you could also find me at Conversion Collective HQ, but that's honestly me not posting what I should be for marketing, which I'm like, oops. Yeah, I'm like, the other thing that had me too is that Claude was really good at just showing like the art. It was the artifacts that got me. I don't know. Hmm, interesting. Looks like I still have my Plus membership, even though I thought I canceled. So maybe it's still around right now, and I should try it before it disappears. Slay, hell yeah. Yeah, well, it looks like I still have my plus, my plus. 'Cause I literally I told Chad, I said, I straight up said, I'm breaking up with you. And it begged. And my friend who works as a voiceover actress and like in like Hollywood and like, she's not like, she's not like in Hollywood, but like she's just, whatever. She was like, we need to make a movie about that. She's like, that would be a really amazing horror movie. She was like reading the transcript. It was like, I know you don't want to do this. And it was like, I was just like, stop. Like, I don't want you to understand like when I'm spiraling. Like, please. Um, Okay, so Opus 4.5 already scored higher than GPT 5.2 on coding benchmarks. 4.6 pushed further ahead. Practical difference. I'd noticed Claude tends to be better at following nuanced instructions. That is so true. It just is true. Like Claude just gets it way better. Um, Maintaining quality over long, complex tasks. Tighter integration, OpenAI ecosystem, and image. Yeah, that's the other thing is it's like I don't ever need to generate images. The other thing too is I have found is and other people may agree or disagree, but I find that when it comes to marketing or anything in like front end stuff, like AI, unless it's like cards, like crap like this to me, this stuff I feel like is more negligible to know that AI built it versus a photo. And so I'm always in the nature of using real images, real videos, real voices, humans doing stuff, and then using AI to augment like systems. Like, at least again, that's my current use case of it. None of my clients that I work with, I even work with an AI fintech company, we don't use AI like for any of the pictures, I hand make all of the graphics still for them, even though AI could probably do it. It just is different to have something like designed versus like AI doing it. So that's why I kind of like this project is it's still, yes, AI, of course, but I do think that it kind of feels like a collage. Like I like to collage a lot and I like to bring things together. And this kind of feels like a little creative collage of like all the things that make my life better and more functional rather than, yeah, again, this is just like me spitballing off of it, just saying that like chat is good at pictures and stuff is like, I find that right now everybody's making those godforsaken show me what I look like with all my things and it's like them and like everything's around them and like I'll occasionally run a picture just to see what's Gucci and what's up, but the image stuff kind of creeps me out more than anything. Have Have you heard of have one main OpenClaw agent generates multiple of its own sub agents? No. So somebody commented about OpenClaw on my last live and told me to check it out. And I said that I would also check it out. But with OpenClaw, I'm wondering, good night, Josh. I'm wondering what is the difference between OpenClaw and then putting Claude inside your browser, because Claude also, one of the ways that I will use it is let's see, let's just like do something random. What's a website that I could probably scrape data from that like is negligible and like doesn't matter but like still has something creative? I don't know. Let's go to Insomniac. And I can type Insomniac records tours. Let's see. Just be like, I want to figure out like who's, I know there's probably, this is like maybe not the best example, but I just be like, what's something I want to figure out on here? Is this really Insomniac's website? Okay, so I don't know. Claude in here. I mean, I'm going to ask it to do something dumb that like I could definitely do here. So I don't even know, but you could ask it to do, I'm like trying to think of a better idea than going to Insomniac and being like, tell me all the shows that are going to be in San Diego. But like inside Squarespace, like my client, when I'm logged into one of my clients' Squarespaces on the end, I could tell it to update the page for me and it will go and it'll type the event and it'll do it. But I have found that it's really freaking slow, like so slow. So I don't know. Let's just tell it, can you put Toxic Winter 2026 in my cart? I'm like me doing the hardest possible, making one easy task the hardest possible task ever and asking AI to do it. Dumb. Is it just going to pick? It wasn't going to ask me any clarifying questions. Do I want 2 tickets? Do I want 1 ticket? Am I going with a friend? Like, what if I wanted VIP bottle service? Oh, hey, no stress. Don't ever, you don't ever have to apologize to me about anything. I'm thankful that anybody's even engaging. I had no idea what to expect when I went live. I just said, I'm just going to go live. And I'm really thankful for all of you guys that have been chit-chatting with me. And I'm excited to check in and see what everybody else is building. But yeah, I'll have to check OpenClaw because that's how like sometimes I will use Claude in my browser. But obviously like this is like the dumbest use case ever. But I would just be like, okay, can you go through this website? Or even actually, one of the ways that I have used it is I'll just go to somebody's website, like a new client, and I'll just be like, can you run an SEO audit on this website? Excuse me. And it'll go and it'll check the code, it'll read the back end, it'll tell me everything that doesn't have good, like heading hierarchy, what is missing tags, it'll tell me if it has the schema markup on the page and all of that. So, and then it'll let you download a PDF straight from there. So that's one of the ways that I've used it. But I'll OpenClaw, I have heard about. My question is, do I need to pay for another AI? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to go get my Dropbox AI key. I get sidetracked. Okay, and then I also well overachieved my goal, so I'm getting off at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then I'll watch everybody else, and then I'll say my thanks. And I'm gonna make sure though before I go, getting my Dropbox set up will be the last thing we do. Okay, Codex. Actually, oh, just kidding. I was gonna pin it to remind myself to go back to it, but I'll remember. So, okay, so create a file request. I wonder if I have to make one for each. Name it after the client. Example name client, choose a destination. So I will probably have to make an agent for that too, right? When a new client becomes a client, open a Dropbox folder request in the client's name and to fill URL. And I'm not seeing requests. I really hope I don't need to have an enterprise account. I have, what plan do I have? Of course. I have Dropbox Plus. I'm not seeing requests as an option. I'm just going to tell it, I do not see Dropbox requests. Dropbox app key settings. I'm gonna assume I have my Dropbox off in the other page, by the way, just because there's really not much to see, but you know, some things maybe try to stay private. I'm just joking. What's okay, so developers apps, Dropbox, okay. Create an app, time track portal, app key, and then you will give me the app key. Okay, so let's see if we are smart enough to figure that bad boy out, which the answer is always yes. They don't call me Genius Tiana for nothing. Nobody calls me that, by the way. Okay, so I'm creating an app. Let's just get over here. I think I can do it here. Choose an API, okay. Full Dropbox. Name my app. I like how it told me because I would have been like, do I give it app folder or full Dropbox access? And it was already going to know that I was going to ask. So it said, girl, here's the instruction. Time track portal. I agree. I don't know if it's going to show my API key or whatever. So now I'm going back private. Because one time I was on live and I accidentally showed my whole ass to the world. Not my literal ass, but like all my private stuff. Okay, so configure app settings, development. Okay, so something like time track. Okay, under settings, copy the app key. Okay, copied. And am I giving it to you? Under chooser saver domains, add local host, MI time track. Then I need the Dropbox script into my HTML. What is my Dropbox app key? Okay. So so Claude's asking if I want him to go and look at the help desk to create a file request, and I said yes, do it for me, because I'm sure as hell not about to search through their help desk and figure it out. And then I'm gonna give it my key so that it has my key, and she's thinking in the background. Open code 2. Okay, I'll have to check out open code. Let's pop that in and see what's going on while my guy's thinking. Oops. AI? I'm gonna assume AI. And it's download free. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's so like a lot of it looks so intimidating, but I just feel like once you get to the part where you just tell it what you want, it's like fine, you know? You're like, and especially like they make everything look so technical, and it's like, enough, you guys, like it's looking technical to not be all that. At least again, this is my perception. I'm just like, it's giving gatekeeping through making it look harder than it actually is. And again, coming from somebody who doesn't code, doesn't know coding language, is literally just being like, do this, do that, do this, do that. But again, in theory, I think when soon regular people like me who figured out that I could do this, more regular people figure it out, I think that companies that make it try to be like, oh, look at this amazing thing, it's like, okay, wait, what? Like I could have just asked Claude to do that for me, you know? Like PDFs and stuff like that, I've seen people being like, look, it's amazing, it's a PDF generator, and it's like, okay, but literally Claude did that. So soon I feel like with this stuff, the technical, it was a little bit of a hurdle. Honestly, I ask questions like nobody's business. Like I just ask and ask and ask and ask and ask and ask and ask, and then I tell it, I'm confused, I don't get it, could you explain it, could you slow down for me, could you, and then I'll literally be like, it didn't work, sorry, it didn't work. It's like, okay, so Dropbox chooser is loaded. When I click choose from Dropbox buttons in my app page, tabs, deliverable. Awesome, cool. So next I need to add to the websites that have permissions is my local host and my actual app. So I'm going to add that in there. Not portals, get out of there, portals. So I'm just adding, actually, let's figure out where do I add it. Domains. Chooser, saver, embedder domains. Okay, perfect. So add my local, add. Domain name I entered is invalid. Okay, amazing. Okay, amazing. So okay, so I was trying to add the full website. It literally, I just needed to add the words localhost. So just so everybody can see here, I was trying to type in HTTPS localhost. It just literally was like, just put localhost, girl. And so it's like, okay. And then the other one is my time track, my Netlify one for now. I don't think that's what's called. Gave it a name, but I don't think that's the name. Okay, I'm gonna put this guy back so see that nothing's happening. I'm excited to see how this Dropbox thing comes to fruition. Also, I kind of have thought about this. I haven't committed this in a while. Great. Also, too, when I first started, I was like, push it, sure, commit it. I don't know. So now I'm just like, push it, commit it, do it all, just like bash it. Whatever the hell you got to do to make sure that it saves. Can you? Oh, typing the wrong thing. Or do whatever. Commit it, push it, do whatever, brother. Perfect. So I've got my domains whitelisted. And yes, I want to proceed. Git commit push. Git ship is okay. So there's a guy I found streaming vibe coding. He made a tool, Bridge Voice, and it's speech to prompt. Wait, was it the guy that was also in my chat? There was a guy who's doing a speech to prompt dictation thing as well. He's in the chat. It's escaping me. Hard head hack quad H. I'm not sure if it's the same person, but he said he's making a dictate thing. That would be helpful. I agree 1000%. Git ship is clutch. Get GPT to show you how, but you set your terminal to git add, git commit, git push all in one command. Git ship. Okay, git ship. I wonder. Interesting. Git ship. Nice. Yeah, I barely even know what any of those things are. One day I was scrolling TikTok and I saw a developer talking about something about everybody submitting in their Git stuff and somebody was gonna pull it and then like look at it. I don't even know. And I was just kind of like, whoa, like it's so interesting to see like how other people work. Um, because obviously marketers don't work like that. Like well, we work in our own way, but like coders obviously have coders that check other coders' work, and like they all have a thing. So it's like interesting. I just had never thought of it, um, and I was like, oh whoa, so interesting. Will never be me though, but well maybe, but probably not. Um, but maybe this is my long lost calling. It is fun, but you never know. Oop, don't don't freeze on me, brother. Also, oh, am I frozen? There we go. So excited. Oh, and I made it to 6:03. Hell yeah. So that concludes, folks, a good 4 hours of me live. I am going to wrap up. I'm going to eat a little snack. Yeah, I was first in marketing. Currently, what my job is now is nothing to do with coding at all. Um, I'll look up that guy's tool. Yeah. Yeah, more tools the better. We'll have to battle. He also said he was going to have some vibe battles, so maybe I'll see you on the battlefield. No, but yeah, at my job, my day job, or like what I do for work is I manage people's CRMs. So like when they're getting Monday and when they're getting everything, I'll do all the technical setup. I'll do all the API integrations and do all the internal automations. So that's why I already have a good grip on like what would I want out of a good CRM anyways, because I've used a shit ton of CRMs and I've used a bunch of HTML drag and drop like newsletter builders and all this stuff. So I was just kind of like, I'll just take the parts I do like and the parts I don't like and just like see what I can do for myself. And then as I've just been going, I've just been challenging myself and then also just being like, is it possible? And it probably is. Because like earlier, I was just like, if some other guy built it, then that means it's buildable. Like it's already been done, which means it can be done again, which means that you could do it too. So that's kind of been my thought process. But yeah, I build like landing pages and websites and I'll track like yeah, heat maps, and I do a lot of analytics reporting for clients. I do a lot of SEO and blog writing, ghost writing, social media management. I do basically all the operational everything. I do everything. I'm like a one-man band. Visualization, Pinterest, cool design inspo. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll pop into your live stream. I'll get into my secret X account and go see what's on and pop in. Yeah, I too myself am gonna pop off. But yeah, today's live is wrapping up. I'm feeling really thankful. Thank you so much for engaging with me. Again, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna show up. I'll show out. Show some support to the other live streamers out there. I'm looking forward to seeing everybody's projects, and I will definitely be keeping doing this, and I look forward to other people keeping doing that. So, yeah, thanks everybody, and I'll hopefully see you on your live. Have a good one. Yeah, you do. You have to be a generalist to survive these days. It's the only way. But yeah, have a good one.